what you're talking about, and you're getting all emotional about, oh, this price is this, or this price is that, or this price is this, or this price is that, then you obviously haven't been listening. Like, you obviously didn't hear anything that was said during the campaign when they said, hey, man, we're going to be making some long-lasting changes here, and it's going to be a little uncomfortable, but after the turbulence, it's going to be good for everybody. So, me, as just a person, when I'm watching the events unfold, everything makes sense to me because I understand what the end goal is. It doesn't make sense to you because you don't really pay attention to any of this stuff, so I don't really hold you to that, right? But you should hold yourself to that, because this is like when you get into the whole thing of all these people are delusional, they don't know what they're talking about. What, with respect, you don't know what the actual objectives are for you to be judged if a person's reaching them or not. And then I'll defer the rest of my time to knowledge.
Oh yeah, I was doing great. So I just wanted to say, I looked at a brother as we talked, and he said, okay, the conclusion says no, he did not verbatim say at any time during the speech on February 28th that he wants a regime change. It was never said. Some people may have implied, but it says a short answer, not as a direct, explicit objective in his main official statement.
I would just say that Claude says you're wrong. It says that at 2:30 a.m. on February 28th, Trump released a video statement on Truth Social saying that the purpose of the U.S. strikes was effectively regime change. He also urged the Iranian people to topple the leadership that has ruled since 1979, an explicit call for regime change. The administration's stated justification has shifted multiple times, including preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, deposing the regime, and stopping the immigrant attack. So,
I want you to. I think you will agree with me. Yes, his people. That's what Simone said earlier. His people made a statement. He came out saying, no, this is what my objective goal is. His objective goal said nothing about a regime change.
Right, so the official answer is that no, right? But it does also say that the messaging has been deeply inconsistent because the White House administration is saying one thing, but Trump himself is saying otherwise.
Oh my gosh. Jessica.
Wait a minute.
That's what the fucking clock says, man.
Hold on.
You can't blame it on the machine.
Hold
blame it on the.
So we know exactly what the object of epic fury is because we detailed it and we looked it up, right? We know that for the Iranian people, it is a political desired outcome of the U.S. In other words, it's a wish of ours that do this, right, and stand up to their government, right? We hope that they take this opportunity to do this for themselves. This is a desired outcome of what is going on. That is exactly what is hoped for all of this, right? But that wasn't the main. In my opinion, that would have been the first fucking thing I did. But hey, I'm not running in shit. Maybe I should have been. I don't know. Anyway, but that's exactly what's happening. It's just a desired outcome when all is said and done, right?
What's interesting to me, Don, is that it seems like that's also the desired outcome, right? Because they have said that. And that Trump is like on Israel's side versus his own administration saying that it's not. So that's really weird to me. Like he's more with Israel than he is with the American.
I don't understand what you just said. Obviously, it's our desired outcome, and it's in our benefit that a regime change happens. I don't know Technically, I don't know geopolitically why we could not have gone in and just wiped out the whole clergy, wiped out, all of them. Maybe it's crimes against humanity. I have no idea what the specifics are, what the rules are, right? But obviously, maybe there was a reason they couldn't have done that to begin with. I don't know. So, but it is in our benefit that happens. It's not to our benefit that a terrorist regime stays in power, right? It's in no one's benefit worldwide.
I mean, it's been happening for 47 years, and why, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense.
I would recommend that people know more about something before using these language models. Come on, this is not good stuff.
We don't have to use the language model, because if you just listen to his interview, listen.
Lady, you have a tendency of interrupting me before I get to
No, it was actually my cue. I
I
was in the queue, look in the chat.
It's in the
I was
chat.
supposed to go after knowledge, but I wanted to hear what Jessica had to say.
Wait, hold on. I can't see the shit in your mouth.
Sorry. I'm sorry, that was so opportunistic and wrong of me. It was wrong. I'm so sorry. It was bias. I heard from who I wanted to hear from, and I was strategically using my filibuster to. Okay, so I apologize, Moa. But what I wanted to say, because I wanted to hear what you had to say, but if you listen to the mixed messaging and the signaling, yes, it's not in the mission statement for Epic Fury, but the statements that Trump has made in his interviews since February 28th on this, he says, like, at first he's saying, we're going to be, we're not going to allow this person or this person, to take control. No, that's not acceptable. It's, I have to approve, and then it's just like, well, no, not him. Okay, so who you are going to be in control over, if you're going to dictate who's going to take over, I mean, that's part of the mixed signaling of the regime change. But just listen to his interviews. One with that woman.
Let's just say I've watched them all.
Okay. Who's the woman who when he made his statements about hold on, let me think.
Yeah, like one of the statements was something like,
well, we didn't get a video. It was just because it wasn't.
It was CBS. It was
she gave like she gave like and not even the full transcript. She only gave us quotes of what she wanted to give us from her interview with him. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then the question to him was, hey, something along the lines of, do you want there to be a democracy? He says no, he doesn't really care. He deals with a lot of spiritual leaders, religious people, whatever. And then when it came into like who they're going to replace him with, he was like, of course, I want to be a part. I'm going to be a part of that. That guy, the son, is absolutely not. And like, yeah, he's speaking like within the political context of him being able to drop his opinion or him being a part of who will be the person that's there. Okay. So we just set that aside. Okay.
So, but you admit that part of it. Like, what about the quote, the headline, to crush Iranian regime and nuclear threat? That was White House's own Operation Epic Fury, to crush Iranian regime. I mean, clearly, if you're crushing the regime, a different regime is going to have to take power, right?
No.
So if you crush the regime, then what happens to the government? The same regime is they're gonna come back to life?
Yeah, so it's kind of like this, right? So like when I crush the regime, that means I'm cutting off your legs and your arms. Are you still the same person? So like when you look at the objectives, and I've just decimated your missile storage, your drone capability, your funding of like proxies, or I've like basically decimated your nuclear capabilities within these facilities. Are you still the same regime, and have you been crushed?
I see what you're saying.
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. All right, so the point I'm making, it's pretty clear, and I think you could agree with this, is that there's times when he'll speak, and he's speaking about like the outcome of both of these militaries in their, I guess, bilateral operation, or like how would you say that? And like their dual operation, because they're working together, right? And in that, you could say, hey, if they do their thing and we do our thing, this thing will happen. And if this thing does happen, I want to be a part of like the reimagining of this place, of this wonderful place, with a favorable Iran to its neighbors and to like Western or like American trade. Sanctions would be removed, all these like wonderful incentives will like come about, right? But what we're talking about is like the military objectives. On the left, you have America, boom, we'll do our part. Let's say Israel fails. Okay? Let's say Israel doesn't reach their objective of like uprooting or changing the regime change, right? Does that mean that we failed? Bima? So like they have Roaring Lion, right? That's their mission, or that's their name of their operation. And they have regime change in their objectives, right? If they don't reach that objective, do we fail? As far as epic fury?
No, not technically, because that's not one of our mission goals. That's not listed anyway as a matter of honesty. I mean, if they have it for their, why would we have to write it twice, right?
Right, and what I was saying is that what you're starting to see right now over the last 17 days is the media and the propaganda machine start to move that objective over to the American side. And then they're adding more objectives so that America can never win. They're in a lose-lose situation. Like right now, the Strait of Hormuz has been added to the American side of epic fury.
Do you think that is Israel doing that somehow?
No, it's the pro-Iranian pushback on like Donald Trump can't be successful here. And like that's domestic, right? Like that's just the gamesmanship of like, we're about to hit a midterm, right? So the Democrats are basically saying this is like stupid, and they're gonna run with it, right? But Donald Trump can't be successful here, even if he gets out.
Marjorie Taylor think?
Who cares?
It's not just the Democrats.
Just come on, just hold on. I'm talking about people that are actually in power that need to create a narrative to uproot the House and the Senate. Okay. So at the midterms, Donald Trump can't be seen as a winner, right? Hello. So what they're doing?
That's easy because he's a loser, like by nature.
That's fine. But if he's a loser, then that means your country's losing. How do you feel now? Oh, big person. All right. So if I'm saying this, what I'm saying is that it's their it's in their best interest for this to be a failure. Like we can all agree there. The Democrats would obviously benefit if this excursion is a failure. So what they've done, if they've loaded it to where it's inevitable going to be a failure with people that are repeating these objectives that don't even exist. And because I have, and knowledge has this gift as well, like the memory of an elephant, we know what the actual objectives were from the beginning. So when people start adding things, we're like, nah, that don't even belong there. So you guys are moving the goal. This is a traditional, example of moving the goalpost. We're going to do these three things. What about these three things? I never said I was going to do those three things. Yes, you did. What? I never said that. Yes, you did. You failed.
I mean, he did say that, though.
Oh, my gosh. How does she not know the difference? Bima caught it.
Well, I'm definitely not as smart as Bima, so.
Yeah, that's a damn lie. That's a damn lie.
Look, he just put on his Truth Social. He said, we're going to decimate Iran, and then we're out of here. Let's see how these countries feel when they have to figure it out themselves. Bro, that was a perfect setup. Like with this whole dramatic, nobody wants to help America. France, Germany, England, Spain. Nobody wants to help America. This is this dude's opportunity to step out. They'd be like, oh, y'all don't want to help me? Cool, I don't want to help y'all either. Bro, this is like a blunder on the EU side. Especially when America's like the main financier, right? We fund everything.
Even if we pull out, I guarantee they're gonna be like, oh, Donald Trump got into a war and we lost. We lost the war because of Trump. Something like that gonna be said.
Why do y'all hate responsibility, bro? Why do y'all hate that shit so much?
We don't hate it.
Y'all wanted the job. You begged for the job. You fucking
Answer the damn logo.
And we don't take drugs in this room. Can you change that? Change that PTR?
I think that isn't that weight loss stuff.
It's not
Are you alive? Make sure you check in with us.
Okay, it's not the weight loss. I mean, I tried.
Bro, the idea that he can take all of these supplements and still sucks at debating is crazy.
Bro,
What a waste of money,
Right now, the comments in chat are saying
bro.
Samoa is a genius. Samoa is reasonable. Samoa has good facts. Samoa has good resources. Or are they saying like Samoa needs a helmet with the padding on the outside?
Yeah, bro, but nobody's gonna line it up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Listen, bro. Chill out, bro. You gotta stop popping on my dick the moment I get on stage. It's kind of gay of you, bro.
Hey, let me just point this out, bro. You'll never
just
hear
let
me.
Answer what the fuck Pima's asking
Alright,
me.
thank you.
Oh
So
my God.
you'll never hear me get
Samoa,
so
we're
emotional
talking to you,
that
Samoa.
I'll start screaming about how I'm criticizing chillism. Like when you did that, bro, I was like, wow.
Bro, I was talking about people on stage, bro. I was saying, look.
Yeah,
This is the argument against chillism, right? Look, I'll say it again. You think I'm gonna be pussy out? Look, this is our
You shot me, bro. You're shooting innocent bystanders.
Listen.
He doesn't even care. This is
Listen, if
acting
the
like
shoe
you're on.
doesn't fit, bro, stop like trying to make it fit to everybody. Listen,
Bro, you just did what you wanted. You just shot everybody for no reason.
that saying just for knowledge. Listen, bro. Listen.
Well, you might
Okay,
not
how
be.
about making-
I do need to be on weight loss stuff. I am still fat, and I still am trying.
I can tell you that.
No, Samoa, you're perfect just the way I made you. And Samoa had to call me out about what I was eating, so now I have to tell.
I did not call you out about
You did.
what you're eating.
You said, you said you're eating, and now I had to stop and think about, oh my God, I am eating.
Bro, this is
Can I tell you
bro.
I'm gonna tell you. I just went shopping.
This is a
And I got my huge weight, and it's so bad because listen, I'm still like gawking. You do shopping, and then you just like sit with all your groceries, and you're like so excited, like pick them. Like that's what I've been doing. I'm just so excited. I got fresh organic mint. I got these sardines. I got this. Do you know what I got? Oh my gosh! I got from Eden Adoration.
Spam meat. So most people love spam meat.
Oh no, it is. It is not a rich. I eat once a day.
Processed as fuck.
One thing I know that I love spam because
hey, no judging Samoa. Just
No, I have really good A1C. Not diabetic, pre-diabetic. Really safe. But listen, this is from. It's organic. Oh my gosh, organic dried mango, no preservatives, no added sugar from Burkina Faso. Oh my gosh, let me tell you something. It's so good.
Can I just point this out quickly?
My wife can eat anything she wants. She can't get over 120.
She can't get
Bro, she
What?
stays under 120.
Tell her she needs to come stay with me for a week.
Yo, you know what it is? The blacks got good genetics knowledge.
That was yes, I know. I'm self-conscious. I am.
And then we were there when Matt was putting the smacks on some more.
I'm gonna take off this PTR and look at all the peptides that I got.
Bro, did you think that's what was happening?
Oh my God, Samoa, let other people speak. Beema's asking me about getting the peptide.
Bro,
Jesus
Matt,
Christ, bro. You know what, Samoa, you got it, bro. Obviously, you're the information people ask me up. Go ahead, bro.
Matt snuck out of the room. He let freaking what's her name? Jessica trying to save him. And bro, he just snuck out. Look, it was Matt.
Matt? No, Matt doesn't run.
Matt was using Iranian talking points and he got caught.
I didn't plan.
What are you using?
Oh!
What are you using?
Bro, I
And someone, what are you using?
listen,
Nasty work. Nasty work.
if I could just address Matt's
What
question.
are you using?
All right, so let me just point this out. So what I use is Altair, I use Sky News. So I use like the EU's main accredited sources. I go to Australia, I go to the GCC countries, then America, and then Iran. And what I do is I have all 5 of these like on my actual template, and I'm able to see the perspectives that they have on like one topic. So I can see where Iran would say one thing, Israel's saying the exact same thing, or talking about the same thing, but then the details kind of shift. And then I let Altair, English, and all these other ones kind of like parse that out so you can get as much information as possible. That's what I do. What do you do, man?
Yeah, so that's the difference between you and I, right?
Yeah,
You are
what do you do?
unable to, oh my God. The
Oh my God,
between you and I-
other people speak.
So the difference between you and I is you watch the news and you formulate an opinion based on what people tell you. Me, I actually belong to several telegrams that will actually share the news and talk about certain things that you're not even aware, and that's why I can formulate an opinion based on what I'm seeing live. Listen, I get all the little AI videos. I don't even watch videos on X. I don't even do those. And those Telegram channels, we our Telegram that has not even hit the web yet. There's certain information that we get and we can analyze. I'm literally part of a group that do this, where we analyze things and look at all the evidence and look at this thing. I don't follow what the news say and repeat what the news says. I don't need to do that. I don't need to watch CNN and watch what they wrote, the script they write, and then CNN said. I don't give a fuck what CNN said.
All right, well, Matt, how can you do
and I will tell you this straight up. In war, the first thing that dies is the truth. If you're watching the news and listening to what Donald Trump is saying, what Netanyahu is saying, what the Iranians are saying, you're already in the lie, because I understand how the propaganda works and how they are trying to appease to their claim. There's odds of gathering information and formulating your own opinion. And I will say this I think you have the basic knowledge to have a good conversation. It's the fact that you're not an honest interlocutor. That's what makes the conversation so difficult to have. I think you are the kind of person that we can bounce idea of and say, hey, listen, what do you think of this? What do you think is happening here? I think you can do that. But the fact that you might be wrong about something and you don't like to be wrong makes it impossible to have the conversation. I do, and I mean this sincerely, I do enjoy listening to your point of view. But I think if you could literally if you can literally take yourself out of it and just look at the situation for what it is, I think we would have much better conversation. Like the other day, we had a really good conversation because it wasn't personal, because you didn't take it personal. And I think if you do that, bro, we'll have amazing conversation about this.
All right, so let me just show you like how you're projecting it.
Fight back, Samoa! Fight back!
So what happened was Samoa said, this is what Israel said about the 2 people that were hit yesterday. Somebody got off mic and said, that's a lie. I said, what? He said, oh, this person was actually killed at his daughter's house. And I said, all right, cool. You didn't hear Samoa say that's a lie. Samoa said, this is what the intelligence of the Mossad or like of the IDF said yesterday. That is a fact, right? And it took Jessica, even though you have like these far-reaching Telegram resources and all these.
Yeah, and I'm old and all of that.
It took Jessica to read it to you because you, for some reason, have a blind spot when it comes to what the intelligence community is saying on that side of the world. And I'm like, the only person that said somebody was lying was Matt. And Matt was absolutely wrong. Thank you, Jessica. Jessica had to enlighten you that you were wrong. You're the one that's in the rabbit hole, brother. You're the one that's reading this pro-Iranian propaganda where they say, hey, this guy was in this neighborhood with his daughter. A suburban neighborhood. Massive amounts of civilians. And going. Want to know why? Because I'm so much of a narcissist. I cannot be like, wrong about something, right? It's like, if I'm talking about it, I should know about it. But let me just point this out, Matt. Were you wrong in saying that I was
Did he
wrong?
just admit he can't be wrong because he's a narcissist?
You were wrong by repeating wrong information supported by media that also Jessica provided to the point where they said, well, that's confusion because we're getting two reports. The question you should have asked is, Matt, how do you know that he was visiting his sister? Because I can tell you at exactly the time he died. He died at 5:14. It was a time like yesterday. You know how I know? You want to know how I know that? Because he came across our Telegram.
All right.
Before he was even on Twitter. Before he was even announced.
All right, so you told me I was wrong when I submitted.
Because
what
you submitted wrong information.
Hold on. I said, this is what Israel said. You said, that's wrong. Did Israel say it?
No, I said the information is wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Is the information hold on a second. If Israel said it's 2 p.m. now, you repeat, Israel said it's 2 p.m., but it's actually 3 p.m. Is the information right or wrong?
He didn't say it was right or wrong. He said this is what Israel
said.
Right
or wrong.
I'm saying the information is wrong. Now he wants to switch it.
No, you said I was wrong.
Yes, the information is wrong.
Oh my gosh. Bro, I'm not saying if the information is right or wrong. I'm saying these people said something.
Then why did you argue for the information then?
Buddy, you said
why did you argue for the validity of the information?
Buddy.
Hold on, did you not argue for the validity of the information?
Buddy.
Did you argue the validity of the information?
Bro. Buddy, you said I bet
once again, you
Hold
can't
on,
be honest. You can't be honest, bro.
Hold on, man. You bet $20.
Someone you want.
Come on, man. What are you doing, bro?
Because that's what you're looking for, so I'll give it to you. You won. I'm wrong, you're right.
Hold on, wait. Hold on.
Wait.
How many people say you're wrong?
I didn't hear it.
It's crazy.
Listen, I didn't hear it, okay? Can you say that again, man?
How do you say fuck you in Samoa? Listen, once again, I think you doing this little philosophical thing to say that. Well, my point is the fact that Israel said it. Yeah, Israel said it, and the information is wrong. And I'm saying that information you provided, whether you got it from Israel or anybody, that was the wrong information.
All right, how about this one? Did his daughter
Because you were trying
lose
to
her
hold on a
job?
second. And the thing is, you were trying to make the point that those guys were hiding. And that's why you brought that information with quote unquote the forest. And I said, hold on, that information is wrong because it came across when they hit the building when he got killed and they announced it. And the Iranian announced it literally an hour later when the bag was found. That's literally the scale of event.
Let me ask you this question, Matt. So,
they took the funeral this morning.
All right, but let me ask you this question, Matt. If you know that Israel is bombing buildings that you happen to be at, right? You would say it's okay, let's keep going into these buildings?
No, listen, we can argue. Listen, in one of my tweets this morning, I said, the Iranians are both the smartest and the stupidest people on the planet, right? Because they keep doing things that we conventional people would not do. I would never go to my daughter's house while I'm in the middle of a fucking war. I'd rather got them out. But then again, I'm also applying the fact that, and I've always said this, culture means a lot for these people. They have their own career. Dying is an honorable thing.
But that doesn't make any sense because we can clearly see that.
It doesn't make any sense.
Because we can clearly see that their infrastructure, right, was built in. The cake is baked. It's built in for them to go underground. So that whenever there are areas that are getting hit, they have a place to go for safety. But when you say things like, oh no, they're so stupid, they're just going to sit there right in the middle of the opening. Yeah, shoot me, everybody. That doesn't make any sense.
Let me repeat what
I said. You just said that they're smart and they're stupid.
Then I will repeat it so you can understand.
Right,
once again, this is the dishonest interlocution that I can't really handle, bro.
All right, you said that they're the smartest and the stupidest people, okay? You said that Like for some reason, these people will go into areas that they know have a potential of like being bombed because they're that stupid. Even though these places are being under like siege, right? They're literally getting bombed every single time. And you're saying that for some reason, I guess it's like their culture or whatever this is, their pride or whatever, they'll go underneath or they'll go into the same building. And I'm saying they've proven that they are not doing that. They've proven that the buildings that are being bombed are empty because they've created these silos or these bunkers underneath ground 300 meters just in case this happens. So they're not that stupid. They're pretty freaking smart. Now, what do you want to say, Matt?
Now, when I said they are both smart and stupid at the same time, did they create the infrastructure? Yes. Are they moving in a way to use the infrastructure in order to protect themselves? No, and that is the stupid part. There is no way on earth anybody in this room will be in a war and be visiting their daughter in the middle of the goddamn war when you know that your family is being seduced. You know the Mossad has tons of fucking agents in Iran looking out for you. The other day they were walking down the fucking street. Who the fuck does that? That's the stupid part.
Bro, doesn't that add credence to the narrative that the Israelis are saying? That because they know that they're being surveilled, that they're hiding in the woods in tents, and the only reason why Israel was able to find them because they had these family members being surveilled is because some Iranian person dropped the location. That they weren't even looking in the woods.
Yeah, they have tons of Mossad Asian in Iran.
But you're making an argument that gives more weight to their side.
No, I'm not doing that. That's not what I did. It's because if you don't understand it, I can repeat it for you again. Once again, and I said, these people has a fascination with martyrdom, which, by the way, I do not understand. I don't understand the martyrdom thing of like dying is the greatest honor, blah, blah, falling in battle. And I understand the cultural aspect of it. Do I agree with it? No. Do I think it's stupid? Yes. Because if you want to survive in a war, you got to do what you got to do. These people see them going inside a bunker. It's cowardice. Like, we see it as protection. They don't see it that way. This is why, even yesterday, the moment they found the body, they announced that he was died, someone else already took his place. So the next in line already went up, boom. His name is Sergio, right? Went up, boom. And that's the way they operate.
Let me just point out like a weakness here, right? Why create this decentralized like military strategy of like the mosaic strategy, right? The reason for that is so that they could distribute like across their 31, I think it's 31 states or provinces, right? Where there's not a centralized power to be attacked, right? So they've already had the foresight to create the mosaic strategy, right? And you're saying right now,
the mosaic strategy doesn't pertain to martyrdom. It pertains to hierarchy and giving order. So, for instance, the moment the war started, they put out an order that says, okay, everybody is going to be independent. You're going to make your own decision and you're going to fight your own battle. It's like, for instance, you're fighting 31 little armies, which means if Army 1 in District 1 or State 1 falls completely, you still got like 32 little armies.
Absolutely. So, like, if you look at martyrdom.
Exactly, but martyrdom that's two different subjects.
It's not. So like if
how
you
is
think
it
about
not? Because the general from District 1 can die in battle, and then the general from District 1 can stand up in the spot.
Yes, I totally understand. Wait on. I totally understand the strategy. What I'm pointing out is what you've just said is that they are like running to this opportunity to be sacrificed as like one entity. So it would make more sense for them to be centralized so that they could take this hit instead of.
Yeah, that's your logic. That's not their logic.
Gosh, bro.
Once again, you're not on. Oh my god, this is crazy. Otherwise, they can just fucking stand in a line and let them bomb. Hold on a second. What you're saying is it's like they can just stand in a line and they can all get bombed together. Like, you don't understand the idea of martyrdom. Martyrdom is not you getting shot just by standing there. It's you falling while in battle.
Okay.
It's something crazy.
Right. All right. So, like, the first 30 seconds of the conflict, 50 other people get killed immediately,
Right, and then
You're saying
people rise up, and then they decided we're going to
Right.
apply the mosaic strategy of defense.
no, wait, hold on. So you're saying that these people, after 50 of their people get exterminated, they're just going to put 50 of the next people in the same room.
Yes, because they have the hierarchies, not in the same room. Why would they? Like, come on, what? You know what? And once again, this is the part. We can't have the conversation because I don't know if you're trolling. I don't know if you're serious. I don't know.
He's not. He's serious.
I don't know.
In the sense that he wants to have a conversation.
No, he doesn't.
No, but he's not.
You gotta track.
Well, let me just say this to you, Matt. He was talking about this, and he was talking about all the money I think we spent on like Ukraine, right? And then he mentioned how much money we've spent on this war. And in reference to that, he said at least we're having some fun with it. Samoa thinks this is fun. He thinks, you know, another.
In my position.
No, Samoa. You literally said we spent all that money. You were talking about the amount of money we spent supporting the Ukraine war, right? And then we talked about the over $11 billion so far in a little over 2 weeks that we've spent on this war. And you said verbatim, I quote, at least we're having some fun with it. And then I was shocked because yeah, like you know what I mean? And that's some weird shit, Samoa, to think about this as being fun. And this is coming from somebody who's totally indifferent about it. I don't support Americans dying, boots on the ground, but I also know it's not within my control or my power, and whatever happens is going to happen, and likely a lot of this is within biblical prophecy, and however it's going to end, it's going to end. So that's why I'm kind of just have a hands-off approach, or like don't really care either way, other than when it comes to American lives. That's like pretty much about. But Samoa, you did say that about the war.
What did you think?
Hold on, you did say that this was fun. You referred to the war as us having fun, right? And I think it's a little it's not a good way to
do. Want me to tell you what I meant?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a better way to say it, but I can't just.
Well, I'll just tell you what I meant. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Okay, sure. So
we spent about 200.
I'm gonna leave just because I feel I'm secretary.
Shut the fuck up and leave.
You'll take care of it. I just can't say that.
Look, we spent, let's say, approximately $200 billion for Ukraine, and all of like what we have here as Americans, as far as our military might, has not been on display. So the conversation was based on it being a performance for other potential opposition or potential combatants in war to see what we got. As far as
that's why you said we're having fun.
Just hold on.
That's what you meant by that.
Hold on.
We're having fun. That's how that translates to that.
Yeah, just listen to what I'm
saying. Just got back. I'm gonna take a quick guess what Samoa did. He gave you a definition that wouldn't align with fun at all. And he's wrong. How in what world that would mean fun?
Yeah, he's wrong, right?
That's exactly what he did.
Let's go. I'll be back with further predictions. Let's fucking go.
And you'll be wrong again.
He already said this is just an egotistical war for him, so it's fine.
No,
he just needs to not be wrong.
You know how stupid this is? All right, here. Let me help like the people in the back, especially those.
Samoa, you have adult sons. If your adult sons were deployed and were in the military, would this still be fun? I am a moderator. Would this still be fun?
Alright, that shit's crazy. Come on, guys. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. Come on, man. Insanity. What's going on? Alright, look. I'm saying this, right? If you're spending $200 billion on the Ukraine conflict, but you're not able to demonstrate the full capabilities of your military to those that might want to dethrone you.
The point of a proxy war is to not have to get involved. That's the whole point. You don't want to show your strength. You don't want to have to put your troops at risk. That's the whole point of a proxy war. Is to not be engaged in the quote unquote fun. Right? Isn't that the whole point?
No.
Imagine having power just to be an asshole.
It's fucking weird. It's like, bro.
Imagine not having any and still being an asshole because you don't have any power. I think that's even worse. Imagine having no power and being an asshole because you have no power. Imagine that. Imagine not having any power and being a fucking asshole, right? But go ahead, Samoa. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What is the point of misrepresenting my position? It's just wasting time. I don't understand why you don't want to learn the position, because you'll probably agree with it in the context that's appropriately applied. So let me just point this out again. If we are going to demonstrate deterrence for perceived adversaries like Russia, North Korea, or China, then you would want to demonstrate your full capabilities and how advanced you are. Okay? In Ukraine, you spent $200 billion. Were you able to do it? No. You were limited in what you were able to bring to the battlefield for whatever the reason. Okay? You weren't able to show the capabilities of our military. But for $10 billion, you were able to show the world the dominance of our full military weaponry capabilities, right? And that's the point that I'm making. I'm doing a cost analysis, concrete. What is it called again? Cost risk, something like that.
Cost benefit.
Thank you. Cost benefit. There. Jeez, what the hell? Cost benefit analysis, right? $200 billion, 40% of military might. $10 billion, 100% of military might. This is what you're projecting to the world as the superpower. And in that context, you can say we're having fun.
You're an idiot.
Showing dominance.
And you're stretching. Nothing about that is fun. But nice try, though. Nice try.
You're saving $190 billion.
And that's fun. War. Nothing about war should be defined or described as fun.
It's not
it just shows that you, as a fucking Monday morning armchair quarterback who doesn't have any skin in the game, I'm talking about literal skin in the game. It's easy for you to describe people dying as fun, right? Because it's all just entertainment for you. It's all just entertainment for you. That's all.
Why don't you try to address a position instead of running away from it? Who said anything about dying or war? I'm talking about demonstrating capabilities of military might. What the fuck?
My nigga, you ran from me though. I made a good, solid ass point. And you couldn't even break it down.
Run from somebody, bro?
Yeah, you ran from me.
All right, then line it up.
Somewhere.
Missiles that cost $1.2 million. I think it was $2.1 million, right? So yeah, it's changing the way we're gonna do warfare. Of course. You don't think so?
Oh, I think there's gonna be more changes. I think aircraft carriers are to become absolute.
Bro, look at the interceptor missiles. The math was not working.
I think aircraft carrier is gonna be obsolete.
Oh hell no!
It's gonna be moving forward. It's gonna be a missile war. That's why we have not heard from the aircraft carriers, right? We have not seen.
No, the aircraft carriers is what carries these F-15s and F-16s and these F-35s.
We're doing refueling over Saudi Arabia. But the planes are coming from Cyprus, and then they fly, and then they do refuel over Saudi Arabia.
You're talking about the bombers. You're talking about the bombers.
The 22s and the 35, they get refueled. They are not launched from the aircraft carrier. They're not using aircraft carrier yet.
Hold on. It says right here, bro, the Abraham Lincoln carries 200 airplanes.
I understand he carries 200 airplanes, but
so why carry the weight if you're not using them?
Because they are 1,000 miles away from the.
No, they're 500 miles away from the target.
They want to move back 1,000 miles. You see, like I said, you're not really giving it back the right information, brother.
All right, so it says right here. It says General Ford has went for repairs, fire in kitchen, whatever. It says Abraham Lincoln is still 500 miles away. This is real-time data.
I'm gonna go get the real-time data because I don't want to say we. They are tracking those things. They are not close to the border.
She wouldn't try to do that to me, bro. Did you see what she was trying to do to me, bro?
Because the thing is, it's remember when the aircraft carrier came into play in World War II, and I think now missiles gonna make them absolute the same way battleship are absolute. I think we in a new world now where if you don't have the proper missile, you will not be able to fight wars. The human might not be even involved in war fighting.
says right here. It says Abraham Lincoln 90. They got helicopters. They got Hornets.
Wait, I know what they have.
Yeah, I'm
Where are you getting that information for?
Oh, as far as like how far the Abraham Lincoln is from Iran?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read it. It was approximately 500 to 700 miles away. This was Iran. Yeah, so it's an Iran person saying that's why their carrier is this far away. Come closer, so something like that. But I can find it. Maybe it was the president or something like that saying that that they don't want to engage. They're basically waving Trump in. Like, why do you guys talk so big when you guys are running away?
Right, and
that's basically like the sentiment of like the comment that they made. But it was 500 to 700 miles away was the actual number that they used.
Right, and that's why like when you do the math of the range of like F-22 1600 miles, when you need fuel from the aircraft carrier, because once you move the aircraft carrier 700 or 500 miles, now you're opening up yourself for those, torpedoes and hypersonics. I forgot what they're called for the plane, and nobody wants to put that aircraft carrier.
No, hold on, but the carriers play like a defensive metric, right? Where things that are being bombed over, they're able to shoot down these projectiles. Then they're able to like give radar to navigate the F-35s and the F-20.
They do, but the thing is, you cannot stop an hypersonic missile. And all they need to do is damage.
Bro, I don't even know if they guys even have one, bro. Do you even know if they have one?
Who has one? Iran?
Iran.
They use them already.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, they use them already.
Bro, I have not. I've been reading that they've been like, oh, the hypersonic missile, this and that. But I haven't identified like one of them from a accredited source saying, hey, this is this type of a missile. They have a dancing missile here that has like a quick response.
That's a hypersonic missile.
No, it's not. Bro, I even looked it up. It's not.
Dummy and ballistic missile can't do that because they don't have the capacity to do that.
So look, the ballistic missile they're talking about is called like the dancing whatever this is, but it's not categorized as a hypersonic missile. This one right here has a quick release time. It's a 2 solid, no buildup, super surprising, whatever. And they break it down, but they haven't categorized this as a hypersonic missile. So I've heard and I've read people saying that they're using it. I haven't actually seen anybody say, hey, that's a hypersonic missile.
I wish I could invite you to my Syringe Rapper town. No, so ballistic missile can be hypersonic.
You have to tell them.
Ballistic missile, no, it's a plate in the ground account, and you gotta get ready and stuff.
Yeah, plus they don't let engines in.
Jesus, bro, I had to leave. You gave me secondhand embarrassment the way she woke up. Anyway, go ahead.
Hypersonic. The difference between there's 2 types of missile, ballistic and cruise. Cruise are the one that stays in our atmosphere, and ballistic goes out of the atmosphere. And then the re-entry speed is what makes it hypersonic, where to the point where you can catch it. Then you can have cruise missiles that are also hypersonic. So those are the ones that are so fast that the computer cannot compute the math in order to catch them at the right angle to go intercept them. So that's why, for instance, you'll see there's like video showing the Patriot system or the Sling of David. They will send like 4-5 intercept after 1 missile. And that's because they keep recalculating. They keep recalculating the math. Like one of my friends put it perfectly. This is a war between physicists and mathematicians because you have to go catch stuff.
I would love to be in.
Matt, I'm gonna call you out. Gotta do it. I'm sorry, my brother, but yo, you know a little bit too much about these bombs. By any chance?
No, I love no. I like that.
By any chance, do you own any land farm? And
No, I don't. No, I like military hardware. Like this kind of things are fascinating to me. So I read about them a lot. But I think it's.
Yeah, me too.
I think most of the technology we have today come from the military. War gave us so much invention. So I'm always interested in what they have.
Did y'all hear Ink and say me too? We're not talking about bow and arrows. Okay? Relax.
Hey, listen, I can give you a little bit more information than, just sticks. But look, I also care about, like, military hardware a lot. Like, I think it's pretty cool. Kind of nerd out on that shit. And I could just be, like, an asshole right now. Just be like, yo, fuck Samoa. But, like, I haven't seen came from Western, right? About like the Fatah too. It's like a big development of the hypersonic missiles. I haven't seen any confirmed from Western intelligence. I've seen like stuff from Iran and their allies. Obviously, I'm not gonna like so all the attacks that I'm seeing, you can attribute it to like the dancing missiles, all these other missiles, right? But I've yet to see where like, oh no, that's like for sure like hypersonic missile. Like I haven't seen anything yet. Like no video.
Like the US has a very cool missile. It's an hyperbaric bomb where it explodes like 2-3 miles above the target, and then it sucks the air in, and then it pushes out. It looks like a nuclear bomb. That's how big it is. And those things are like, you can destroy like towns with just one bomb.
I'm just shooting drugs up my butt.
Yo, Samoa, how you feel about the say back?
Lincoln broke up at the perfect time. All we heard was up my butt.
I said I'm
Hey, that's where everybody was yesterday, bro. That shit was.
Yo, what the fuck?
This dude got.
Check out the links.
Bro, the way the way everybody's doing you, bro, people don't think to like it, bro. You can be like at the attic when you through the room. You gotta try
That shit ain't gonna work, bro. Like you and I are like different levels, bro. You're like Papua New Guinea, and
Are you talking about me?
Just saying.
American Samoa and like.
Hey, what were you saying still?
Did you hear about what they doing in the site about the safe act?
Yeah, I think the same X's a good idea, bro. I don't know why anybody has a problem with photo ID, bro. Like, this is like a stupid hill to die on, bro. So why would anybody want more secure elections?
It's not photo ID, it's a passport. You have to prove that you're of American citizenship, which
That's fine.
you have to. Yeah, so you can
Yeah, but not every American has a passport, though.
Not just
That's
your
retarded. I got all my kids' passports at the age of freaking 3 and 4, bro. It's not a typical thing. You gotta drive. You gotta drive.
We have Americans that, hold on, we've got American citizens.
You gotta drive maybe 5 to 15 minutes away. Oh my God. It's gonna cost you maybe 30 minutes to an hour of your day. Oh my God. You're gonna have to wait about 3 weeks. You're gonna have to wait about 3 weeks. Oh my God. This is such an impossible task for us. Niggas not being lazy. No, we're all lazy people. No.
You're on me, your mic is down.
Yeah, it is. Can't really hear you, but I prefer it that way. But we can't.
Your passport for your kids, were they free? Did you have to pay for them?
Yes, I paid.
Okay, so there's a barrier to entry, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you do stand to alienate those Americans who can afford to get the passport,
You
right?
can't afford $50?
Oh, so it does stand to alienate Americans, doesn't
You
it?
got 4 years to make $50. You can't make $50 in 4 years? You're telling me that's impossible. Oh, there's an election coming in 4 years. Oh, make up.
Bro, I don't think you understand this country, bro.
Oh, that's
I don't think
impossible.
you understand some people's situations in this country, my guy.
I can't make $50.
Let me give a better argument.
Yes, $50 for some Americans is a steep price just to be able to vote. You know what's going to end up happening if they can't make that? They're just not going to vote. Right now, because they're unable to or unwilling to, is because there's a new barrier to entry that has been set up. Right? That's who say that.
Homeless guy. That's more than $50 a week. You're telling me someone in America
Shut that shit up, nigga.
can't make
You know, not all
$50
Americans
in 4
get.
years?
Hold on.
4 years?
Steep this. Yes, some Americans cannot get a U.S. passport due to legal, financial, or citizenship-related issues. Common reasons for travel. Hold on, brother.
This is true.
Hold on, brother.
Maybe they shouldn't vote them because majority of the country now.
Wait, brother. Wait, summer's upon
Hold
us.
on, because you guys
Sorry,
are
not sorry.
not
Maybe majority of the
This is true.
Is there a queue or y'all just going on top of each other? What are we doing here? What are we doing?
We need a queue. What the fuck is going on?
Reasons for denial.
Throw me in the queue, Don.
Hold on,
cute knowledge going after
Yo, nobody silence me. Get up on that fucking Mexican black American. Get behind me, Satan. You're rebuked.
Please, no cues, though. I'll shut up. No cues, please.
Oh, no
See,
cute,
this is
man.
the same Philly way. Philly prove you're an American citizen. Even though it's a regular license. Like, we can say we all have a license, right? We don't all have passports, right?
Oh, God. I don't want to do cues.
Go ahead, still.
Beat this. Knowledge is arriving in a car right now, and he thinks that he should have the right to vote. People thought that
You wanted to do that?
That was on me. That was on me.
Come on, Angel. Come on, go to your
I
point.
paid $200 for my passport.
Hold on. So it says common reasons for denial include owning over $2,500 in child support, having seriously delinquent tax debt, holding felony convictions, having outstanding federal/state warrants, or being unable to prove U.S. citizenship. So if I think we should have barriers to entry to get a passport, I think we should also have barriers to entry to vote, such as people who are not politically literate. If you want to keep it a buck, let's continue the standards. If you are not educated, you should not vote. Let's run
Donald Trump is not. Arbitrarily, like, yeah.
It's like so when it impacts you, right? You can't say, oh, I got $1, I got a passport, $50, somebody. Well, you know what? In some places, you can probably make an argument that if you can afford $50, you can afford community college.
And you know what the thing is? I'm sick of these dishonest actors pretending that the SAVE Act is well, if you don't support this, you don't support election integrity. No, you're fucking dishonest and a liar, right? If you support the SAVE Act as it is, as in its current iteration, what you are supporting is a barrier to entry for a lot of Americans. To vote, you're not that's patriotic and which is
Can I say something?
support this.
Yeah, hold on.
People are
Hold on.
No cue, please.
No cue, but listen, we have people waiting to speak. No cue, okay? But I wanted to speak, but Skill got in, and Mr. Finley wants to speak. Now Miss VP wants to speak, right?
Sounds like a cue.
Yeah.
You ask me.
Okay, so hold on.
Before we start.
Oh.
Some more.
No, come on,
This is
man.
that expose.
I just want the shit
This is
talk.
the dumb stuff that we doing. I've been talking about. Why is this guy walking out on the street?
So go ahead, Don.
All right.
Put in the chats. Who goes first?
The queue is 2 minute submissions.
right, that's good.
Yes, let's do that.
All right, that's good. I'll put it in there. Listen, before you guys get all crazy and say everybody should have one, although I agree, personally, I know that not everyone will be able to have one, especially people that should have the right to vote, right? Like my father, who served his country. Till this day, he served his country. He was a Fed. Okay, ask me how that happened. I have no fucking clue. And cannot get a passport to save his life. Can't. So he can't leave the country, but yet he served and worked for the federal government and can't leave to go vacation and enjoy his life. So before you guys say all this shit, can't afford it, all that, I agree with that too. But we have people that should be able to vote in their right minds and done all this shit for their country and can't get a passport. So it's ridiculous. That should not be a requirement. Go ahead, Mr. Finley.
Yeah, we know these people are being dishonest because they're trying to simplify this. Oh, you just need an ID. That was before, right? Because there was a fake in-person voting fraud that was happening that wasn't happening, right? They're being dishonest. No, this is essentially a new poll tax, right? My wife would have to replace her passport because they've only been married for 3 years. She had just gotten her passport before we got married. So now, if we were to adhere to that, she would have to get a new passport. It was $120. It takes, I don't know how long the process. So she would have to incur a fee, right, in order to vote. That is a poll tax. It is a poll tax. It's freaking poll tax, right? Well, you know what the state of Wisconsin did? to answer to the voter ID requirement, they just made IDs free. You know that the Republicans in the state had a heart attack. Why are we doing it free? Because Wisconsin said, well, if we're requiring voter ID, right, people that have to pay, because IDs aren't free, they got to pay for them, right? Because the county IDs that were issued by the state weren't legitimate for voting. Only the state issued identifications and driver's license were required, right? Or eligible rather, right? And so they made them free. And so I propose, right, that if you're going to insert this new poll tax, then make passports free. Expedite them and make them free, right? And if you are in line for a passport and you want to vote, right, then fine. Give me a provincial, what is it called? The ballot call, the one where you can place it and then they prove it on the back end if it's legitimate or not. Then, you know what I'm saying, then do that, right? But they're not going to do that because the goal here is to suppress the vote. Suppress the vote. I'm going to land at this point. You want to see voter suppression in action? Texas has some of the strictest voting laws in the nation. I think they're number one and number two. Look at the amount of eligible voters versus the amount of people that actually place votes in Texas, and it is crazy. This is a red state, an integral state, the unclean. You know what I'm saying? But that's the goal. And if you say otherwise, you're being dishonest, and the stupid ID to vote is just being dishonest.
Okay, can you guys hear
bunch
me?
of nonsense.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Who's that?
No crossovers now.
Did you need to speak before me? Was it Oleg or Redworm? I'm sorry.
No, he was just trying, Miss Fifi. You got it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take my time with this because half the time when I'm talking, you know, I'm get back to my feeling point. But it's just like a whole bunch of talking, and it's just what I call filibuster. Anyway, when I heard what was it, Phil saying, you have to have a passport in order to vote. Let me first say that I had my passport before some of you were born in the 90s, so let's get that straight. I think, like Mr. Finley said, I think if that's the case, it should be free. But let me go back. That's a part of gerrymandering. And that's why it hit me so bad when you said, oh, you get a passport, because you know, primarily, a lot of folks don't have passports. They hide shit now, you know. So I know you probably was just giving an example, and I know this, but I just think it's important that we bring that up as part of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, when Black Americans gained stronger legal protections and vote. I only say that because the majority of folks are Black and poor people. And the poor people, they don't have a passport. Make it free like the ID. If you lose it, then you have to pay. All right. That's it.
Okay, Miss Fifi, that's what's up. I think too, my main thing, I think a lot of us have lost the plot. The whole reason why they're introducing these barriers to voting is to solve a problem that does not exist. Voter fraud is not a problem, right? So I think like the real thing is, the way that I would address this is to be like, okay, Donald Trump's complaining about voter fraud. So you cannot substantiate that claim. I don't give a fuck, right? So where I'm coming from on this whole thing is, there is no voter fraud problem. Whatever idiot gave me a thumbs down cannot substantiate a voter fraud problem. So all of this is stupid bullshit. It's like if I tell you, we need to spend money, real thing. So like this whole bullshit is stupid, in my opinion, right now. And I agree, Finley's making points. If you're going to create these barriers, it should be free to access it. I appreciate the 2 minute limit, Louis. 2 minutes makes sense. I'll end it.
Yo, Alessandro, if you really cared about America, you would smirk me some vote.
Yeah, just need to find a few votes.
Isn't the poll, isn't what you were saying, Mr. Finley, where it costs money to vote. Isn't that unconstitutional?
Yeah, it's a poll tax. Poll taxes are unconstitutional, and this I don't think this will pass anyways. But if it does, be challenged on that grounds. That's why Wisconsin changed the law. They made IDs free, voter ID, for that very reason. Because the state Supreme Court was challenging Wisconsin's new voter ID law, and on those grounds they were able to pass it, and the Republicans backed off. My whole thing is this: if conservative values are great, Republicans are so great, right? Then why all these barriers? You know what I'm saying? Because the argument is that, well, the Democrats are cheating. They're cheating. When we win, they didn't cheat. But when they didn't win, they cheated. That's one of the dumbest mind games. But it works. It works. It gets Republicans lathered up and lathered up in this frenzy that they truly believe it, that they're losing because the other side is cheating. When these people don't read history books, they don't understand the political pendulum and the partisan pendulum. They don't understand it. They don't understand how it works. And it's sad, but I blame money in politics, and I blame our education system, because in America it sucks.
Well, that's crazy. Okay, I don't know about the passport part, but it's that simple. You should have a valid driver's license, ID, form of ID, that they can scan and prove that it's you. But when you go to places to buy shit, certain places scan you and make sure it's real. It's not a fake ID. Like, it's that hard? Like, do you think people should just go and just be like, yeah, I'm here to vote, and just give it, and that's it? Like, I really don't get it, yo. It's crazy. And there's people, but you know how many times I went out to places where it's required to have ID, like whether because they have alcohol or they have tobacco, whatever, and you have to have your ID. Bro, there's still people, it blows my mind, how you fucking leave your house without ID. They fucking come here and they ask them, I need to see if you're over 21. Oh, I don't have my ID. Like, what's wrong with you people? No, seriously, what's really wrong with you? You leave your house without ID? That's bullshit. Something's wrong with you. That's a fact.
Something's wrong with you that you don't understand the argument.
If you leave your house and you don't have your ID, something's wrong with you. Okay? It's not that hard. It really is not. We're not gonna fucking go to vote and not show that who we are. Like, that's all I'm asking. Everything else could be extra. I get it. You guys can argue they're trying to add extra shit, whatever. But to prove that it's you and an ID,
Roman's proving my point about the education system. He's proving it.
I'm proving it. How am I proving it? How am I proving it when you're dumb? What does your dumb ass got to do? No, don't do Q. You call next, but I'm not done. He's
Wait,
talking to me.
Stop speaking, and then he said something.
No, I stopped speaking because Jessica said something. She was cutting me out. So how does that
you weren't
work?
done. That's why you're entertaining his question, because you're not done.
So how does that work, Finley?
Are we going to the queue?
How do you want people to go vote? There's no queue. I mean, you just
called after you. That's the
I'm
queue.
not expect
murdering him from
you
your
done?
You'll go next. There's no queue. I'm not done.
Bro?
I'm not done. I'm asking Philly. I'm asking this is what the game y'all played. Philly says stupid shit.
It's not a queue.
Are you
Let
done?
Red Rum finish.
I'm not done. Can you hear me when I say I'm not done?
Why are you lying, bro?
Finley, what do you mean by that when you say I approve my point? How do you want to go when you go vote? How do you want them to know?
That isn't even the argument.
No, but
that's not what the same guy was talking about.
Argument. So what are you talking about when you say that stupid comment?
Because you're arguing something that has nothing to do with the same thing. You prove my points.
How is that?
I'm gonna leave it there.
I'm talking to you about what I believe.
I'm not gonna waste my time.
I'm going to say that, so I don't know what you're talking. I'm talking about.
So you're making a separate point. So you're making a separate point that's irrelevant. Got it.
It's not irrelevant. I'm telling you what I think it should be required to go vote.
It's already a requirement in many states, sir. Moving on.
In many states, should be in all states.
No, states are allowed to do what they want to do, fam. I'm done.
Right.
Are you done now, Red?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you done? So look how we normalize fucking lying amongst people who call themselves Christians. Just because they wanted to do a little get back, right? That's pathetic, Red Rum. You should be better than that. But
okay, how many more minutes do you talk about?
Nobody's holding you accountable.
All right, I'm gonna make you talk about me for the next 30 minutes, you guys.
Stop being a weirdo. Stop being a weirdo.
Talk about me.
Stop being a weirdo. You're not
I'm gonna make you talk about me for the next 30 minutes.
You're not a victim.
Just hit the nail on the head, Concrete.
You're not a victim.
Yeah, talk about me.
You're not a victim.
I know.
You're not a victim.
Do you think
Go on you,
if
bro.
the roles were? Do you think if the roles were reversed, you would have been? Yeah, everyone would have been thrown down, or would you have been immersed?
Bro, we're not. Look. We're gonna do this. So chillism is a microcosm where niggas don't hold themselves accountable, but they want power, right? So Red Room wants power.
I told you
Does
I'm
not
gonna
hold
talk about
himself accountable. Does not hold himself accountable. Wants to hold up his banner. Oh, I'm Christian. Oh, I'm a good person. Oh, but I'm also an asshole when I want to be.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem.
How many more
with
minutes?
weakness.
It's a
That's the
problem.
problem with.
Anyone wants to take bets on how many more minutes?
Nobody wants to hold you accountable. You don't even hold yourself accountable, right? You're like
how many more minutes?
Go on mute, bro. Stop interrupting. Stop. You're supposed to be shot by now. You keep interrupting. You're in a queue. You violated a queue, and now you're violating my queue.
There's no queue.
Right? There is a queue.
No, there's no queue.
You're supposed to be shot right now. So again, the whole point is. No, it's not. It's a fucking queue, John.
No, it's annoying. Then it's
There's a queue.
There's a queue. I thought it was clearly established by Gustavo that there's a queue, right?
This shit is crazy, bro. Why can't y'all be normal?
Just go, Concrete.
Don, don't talk to me.
I'm telling you, man.
Don't talk to me. Go on mute. Stop fucking violent.
Look at the Christian curse.
So this is, oh my God, cursing is funny, fucking idiot. Bro, this shit is crazy. Anyway, you want a booty clap for Red Room. Red Room's violating the queue, violating my
So how many more minutes?
And you want to be,
Anyone
and you
take
can't,
bets?
stop.
Stop talking about me instead of talking about the topic.
Stop over talking. You're going to cry when I do it to you, right?
Prove my point.
You're going to cry when I do it to you. You landed your plane, you took back flight because Philly said something, and then you lied that you weren't done, right? You got, like, sometime or another, you in your adult life have to fucking be a normal human being. And that's the problem that's seeping into our politics. That abnormal people like you with no accountability, no fucking moral stance, abnormal people like you with no accountability, no moral stance are implementing rules, right? That's the problem. It's not an education thing. Shut up, bro. It's not an education thing, Mr. Friendly. It is a lack of fucking morals. These fucking weirdos are creating boogeymen, as fucking Alessandro said, an unsubstantiated fucking fear, and then are hindering good, clean, normal Americans from doing it. Oh, because you can do $50. But guess what? Steele showed us the slippery slope. From the $50, can you fucking pass a competency test? Uh-oh. Do you have a degree? Uh-oh. Do you own land? Uh-oh.
5 minutes.
Shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
On the topic of
Yo, I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. Now you're obsessed with talking about me.
When I do it to you, you're going to cry. When I do it to you, you're going to cry.
We can cry together.
Shut up, bro. You soft ass bitch.
We can cry together.
You soft bitch. Shut up. You fucking fragile bitch. I'm sorry you're fragile.
Your daddy was a soft
I'm sorry you're fragile. I'm sorry you're fragile. You crybaby bitch. Letting everybody know that your feelings are hurt. Because you got spoken about, you faggot bitch.
Your daddy was a faggot bitch. He raised a
more. That's why you're sitting here crying.
Are you still talking, Concrete?
Yeah, you're still talking about me.
Can I make a quick point just to Red Rum's point when he came off mic?
Y'all gonna let his brother land.
He said he was done, Alessandro. He said he was.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Thank you. Are you done?
Can I go or no? Is it cute?
No. Q. You can spot though everybody else is. Yeah, so let me just point out a couple of things here. Louis mentioned something about this
during this conversation.
Oh, well, my apologies. Let me go ahead and retract that. I'll just give that to Finley. All right, cool. So Finley is basically saying the state. Damn, bro, don't you got like a butthole to sew back together from yesterday? Fuck. All right. Anyways, back to the point. I don't think there's a. Come on, bro. I don't think there's a. Can we shoot him down, please? Can we like implement Nathan's new rule? don't understand what the problem is. You just seen what happened to concrete. Come on, bro. What was I saying again? Oh, yes. Would anybody have a problem if states fell in line and said, hey, in order for you to acquire a driver's license or a state ID, you would have to show a birth certificate or proof of citizenship. Then everybody that has a photo ID would be allowed to vote, right? A state ID. We got something called real ID. Nobody had a problem with real ID. Why don't you guys have a problem with real ID? I can't fly because of the passport costs this much money. I can't fly because I gotta pay this much money for another ID. What was the smoke for that? No, nowhere? Okay, cool. So, if we were to say that our elections are the most valuable thing that all of us kind of share, and how our country is going to, I guess, be created or policies implemented for future generations, then this is where we should put a lot of our investment. And if it's for federal elections specifically, I don't see a problem with people being like, bro, you walk into a bank, you got 2 forms of ID. You jump on an airplane, you got to show your real ID. So this is just the times. This is the way the world's working at the moment. And there's vulnerabilities everywhere, right? You got Iran trying to hack into our systems and stuff like that. So why are we not carrying the same of conviction when it comes to securing our waste? For every illegal ballot or undocumented person that makes a mistake and votes takes away from one legitimate vote. One illegitimate takes away from one legitimate. It's as easy as that. So why not?
Can I go after you, Simone? My bad.
No, I'm next.
Oh, that's true. It's really Inkins in the first place, so fuck you some more, but I'll go after Inkin.
Look at that. Turncoat ass nigga. Kissing ass when he thinks he's gonna be able to.
The current queue is going to be Samoa, Incan, Fifi, Villalba, Concrete, Edenis, Jessica, Abdizzle, Lufa, Mr. Fifi, Steel, Cogito, Matt, Dima, Reverend, and then Alessandro.
Look at that. See? You're rewarded for your treachery. You're rewarded for your turncoatedness. Right? Oh, Samoa, I really want to go after you. Fuck you, Samoa. Oh, fucking. See, this is what happens when you drink out of those fucking plastic bottles, bro. These microplastics is killing the testosterone and masculinity of our, people and shit. Not good shit. Not little meow, man. Damn.
Are you, dude?
Damn, bro. Let me see. Where was I at? Oh, yes. If the federal government says, hey, man, we're going to give everybody a free ID so you can vote. One that has, a security QR code or something like that, so that we 100% can show that you are the person that's voting. Would anybody in here have a problem with that? Anybody? All right, thank you.
Well, they're going to say yeah because you know how difficult some people can't afford a bus ride to go to the places to receive the ID. You got to think about people who can't afford the bus rides.
We'll mail them to you. We'll mail them to you.
Yeah, but some people work 2 or 3 jobs. They don't have the time to fill out the paperwork because they work 2 or 3 jobs. They don't have the time to fill out the paperwork.
Alright, you good?
Let me go after line.
Cool. Alright, got that. So, that was a whole bunch of nothing, right? Then, all he said was oh, maybe there's a threat. World today, scary world. Maybe we need to do this, right? Could have said, here, look at the statistics, it's a fraud. We don't want to repeat what happened here, where we had, blank election. I think that there's a bigger case about when fucking solar rays hit this election in fucking, I don't know if it's Switzerland or Sweden, and changed one of the numbers because the way that, I don't know if it's nuons or fucking some other subparticle hit some computer and it changed the digit, changing that, right? That seems to be something more substantial than whatever the fuck Trump is talking about. Literally, the number that it got changed to by a fucking sunbeam hitting it, right? Changes to the point that made the number change to a bigger difference of whatever Trump displayed it. That's how preposterous it is. So all that Samoa is doing is oh, scary, right? Also, I just want to address very quickly, Samo said I'm not on his level. I did get peptides, so maybe I'll be on his level. I'm currently injecting 50% lead and 50% recharge juice, so maybe we'll be able to have like a fruitful conversation. What's going on? Can someone shoot him, please? All right, so anyway, I do want to point out that what Alessandro is saying is just like, factually correct. The problem they're trying to hearken to, it's not a real problem. We know why this is being pushed. If we would put anything that we would think that Democrats are more likely to have, immediately Republicans were quite foul. And I think that it goes to show that if you're popular, if you believe that you really are working in the interest of the people, is it also in your interest to facilitate people voting for you, right? Not like trying to limit that number. What's going on? What's going on, bro? What's going on? It's always these people that never figured out how to put sticks in stones and therefore keep on breaking their bones. Anyway, so you would definitely be in favor of more people making it accessible, because the more people, the more votes you'll get, right? And if it's the case that, well, you're worried about fraud, you should have some statistics to be able to like back that up. Not some inference, like, don't you disproportionate. It was like, oh, this is fucking retarded, right? And that's all they were fucking hearing, retarded points, no statistics, just a bunch of fear mongering. Trust me, bro. We live in a different world. It's different. They can't afford this. Obviously, the problem is the barrier of entry. Why are we putting a barrier of entry that disproportionately is going to affect one side and the other? Especially when like the political parties are just two. It's one or the other. Like this, what the fuck are we doing here? It's not like we're in Europe where we have multiple political parties. You're like, oh, I wonder who this could affect. What political party could this affect? This is not in the interest of any political party. It's fucking stupid. It's retarded. And you should have the decency of having enough data to try to substantiate some change like that, right? I don't know what y'all talking about, like voter ID. I got a real ID. Real IDs have like the same process generally as passports. Or I don't know where you'll say $50 might cost $200. I don't know if that was like for some expedited shipping or whatnot. It's not as easily accessible. Not everybody's going to go downtown. Look at the percentage of Americans that have American passports. Go check that out. Go see if you would be comfortable if right now only that percentage of the population voted, right? To be like, okay, cool. This is obviously that you're actually going to be no, right? If you're like a decent person that believe in democracy. So I don't know where these arguments are. It's going to devolve into you can't even save enough for this. That's crazy. No, people are either not going to do it, not have the time of day. But your argument is going to be the following. Because they don't do that, they don't deserve to what? They don't deserve to vote, right? That's where your argument's going to fall on its face, right? Because it's the right to vote, right? There are special conditions. Like if you're a felon, like if you're not a U.S. citizen, now you're going to tell me because you didn't go at like such and such time and do this longer process they got added, now you can't vote? Yeah, get the fuck out of it.
Okay, am I next?
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
All right.
Hey, where am I in the queue? Hey, Miss Fifi.
Hey, you let Miss Fifi go? Why are you so
How you doing, Miss Fifi?
I'm sorry, Miss Fifi. Go ahead, Miss Fifi. This guy just had his turn.
Well,
It's total.
I want to use my time to just, let everyone know that it is very important to vote. Make sure you have voter education, for the vote. I have those who may not get that information, who can't even go to the polls. They may not have a ride, or, like you guys were saying. There are opportunities where you can help those who may not can get to the polls, those who may need education about what they need. So if you guys are really concerned, you would go in your local area and find out what you can do to help. We do not need shenanigans. It's almost like having folks count bubble gum. Guess the number and you vote. It's very silly. And you have poor folks on all races here in the United States. So, there's a lot of folks who are struggling trying to get this downtown. But there are opportunities if you know where to find those resources to get them what they need to get to those locations. I hope that made sense. Enjoy the conversation.
I thought your submission was great. Good job.
Is it my turn?
I think I'm next in the queue, Samoa. Unless it's Bima, honey.
In what world is a passport $50?
Agreed.
Wait,
So, I think it's me next, Q.
I was gonna ask him a question. Okay.
Yeah, it was a rhetorical question. He knows.
How do you know that?
I do know. I know it's not $50.
Thank you. So, roughly 21 million Americans lack ready access to documents, proof of citizenship. These are not non-citizens. They're American citizens who would effectively lose their right to vote because of bureaucracy document requirements. The group most affected are disproportionately elderly Americans born at home with no hospital birth certificates, low-income Americans who can't afford passports, Black Americans in southern states where birth records from the Jim Crow era are incomplete or lost, women who change their names at marriage and face mismatch between documents, and Native Americans who lack conventional identity documents. So what this SAVE Act issue is, the SAVE Act is a solution in search of a problem, not a fucking, solving any problem that currently exists. There are very low, because it's against the law for non-citizens to vote, it's very low or non-existent, almost zero instances of non-citizen voting. So this whole fucking thing is a way to disenfranchise millions of legitimate citizens, Samoa. And the fact that you want to stand up here and vote for this bullshit or continue this disgusting attempt to disenfranchise your fellow Americans is really gross. And Red Room, to your point, the reason I had come off mic previously is because you acted like it's just an identification that is required. Well, that is not true. It is a passport or it is a real ID that also requires the birth certificate, which I can repeat if you'd like me to repeat the people that are 21 million Americans that are affected by this. And the fact that you guys want to take that away from people is gross. So I land.
Thank you, Jessica. I actually completely
Can I just offer a fact check really quick? So a passport card for a minor, what Knowledge was talking about, is $50. Correct. An adult passport card is $65. You guys need to start looking to be educated and stop all this grandstanding. Stop it!
It's not grandstanding, it's standing up for disenfranchised citizens.
No, actually, you know what's funny? I was talking to one of my clients, and he did.
Why?
To travel in the United States.
Yeah, you can't enter the airport without it.
Disenfranchise the fucking
We won't go!
Hey, things change. And guess what I said? I was like, oh, guess what I said? I said, oh shit, I gotta get on that. And you know what? I live in a bubble. I don't even travel. I hate traveling. I like doing my thing, but I was like, I need to get one because I want to travel. I didn't cry about it. I'm gonna go do what the fuck I take. Guess why? Because I have a birth certificate and I can fucking just understand the cost-benefit analysis of having something versus not. If you don't care about it,
How long would the SAVE Act take to be implemented?
All right, so you guys just reinforce my point, which is that it does cost, but it's not free. So long as it's not free to get these documents, you're creating and you're erecting a barrier to entry of our democratic process.
All right,
Do you agree or disagree with that?
Then we'll pay for it.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
We already said, we'll pay for it.
Yeah. Here, I'll teach you. I'm picking it up right now.
So there is a barrier that exists.
And so,
What
The SAVE Act then.
the fuck is up?
Hold on,
You guys are like so excited. You know you have no leg to stand on, so you have to overtalk me.
If America pays for it, are you okay with it?
That nigga Knowledge did that shit. I mean,
Christ.
If America pays for it, are you okay with it?
No shit, dickhead. That's what I fucking just said.
No,
If it were the case that it was a shut the fuck up, bro. If it were the case that it was a free document that you just get, then yeah, there's no barrier to entry. Any American can get it. But so long as there's a price attached to it, that's a barrier. I have to be dirt poor, right? It could be that the dollars and it's around $55 for the record. With all the thieving, it actually comes up to like 60-something bucks. But like, if I don't have that, then I'm just shot. I can't vote, and that's anti-democratic. Any law or a fucking act that stands to like like Jessica said, disenfranchise voters who otherwise would be like perfectly fine to vote. Like, that's anti-democratic.
Didn't you say this isn't a democracy? You said this is a republic. You said it's a republic.
I was in the queue. I was next.
You told me yesterday.
It was me. It was just a pronoun. It was me.
Making legislation stands to alienate voters, rightful voters. I know it hurts you, and you have nothing to say to this, so you're just gonna try to overtalk me, but I'm still gonna go, right? So as long as you're, as long as it's not free, yeah, you're disenfranchising voters. And when you're disenfranchising voters, those who fake and feign like the SAVE Act is to protect election integrity, you're liars, and you hate democracy.
Thank you, Louis. So yeah, I think that I'm gonna agree. I kind of fall in the middle. I think that there should be you should have voter ID when you vote, right? But it has nothing to do with illegals. You have to be in the poll book. You have to already have registered to vote and have provided all of your documentation necessary to vote in order to be in the poll book. You've already provided and identified yourself as a U.S. citizen. You've been approved. Right? This is there's many layers of checks, right, that you have to pass in order to be in the poll book. So this SAVE Act, what it does, it's to, like Jessica said, like Louis said, it's going to disenfranchise people, citizens, right? And this is going to be people who lose their ID, don't have their ID, need to get an ID, whatever it might be. Just for example, my mom, born here, white lady.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. I like heard myself say it, and I'm like, I say it like that. But my mom. So you everyone knows pretty much that she's ill, so she hasn't driven in a really long time. So her ID expired like a long time. I drive everywhere, okay? So needed her ID. Oh, we were trying to do things online with her glasses and her lens, and anyway, we needed to get an ID. Well, we needed her birth certificate. Well, we couldn't find her birth certificate. Birth certificate was gone. So it took almost a year and like 2 or 3 months to go through this process to get this woman an ID. Okay. Now this woman she was born here. Okay. But this is my point, right? Most of these people who are going to be disenfranchised are going to be the people who are already citizens. They have already given and they have already been identified as citizens. So, but why? Why do we also need and why we could be like, yeah, okay, IDs are important. I actually do think that IDs are important, though. I do think that you should be, and it's different state to state, jurisdiction upon jurisdiction, right? Like in the state of New York, you only have to show your ID the very first time you vote, or if there's some sort of special circumstances where it says that you have to show up. Otherwise, you could show up every year and you show up and you vote. That's why they use elections inspectors, the people that run the polls, people in the community, because it's supposed to be like this extra layer of check and balances, like, oh, somebody, there's somebody that's in the area that could be like, yeah, like when I do elections inspections, I've done this for almost 15, 16 years, right? And it's the same exact people, right? I know so many people because it's the people that I grew up with in the area, right? But this is the thing, I have called people cheated, and I do know that people will lie. I know that people will pretend to be other people, okay? And that's does suck. But in that same way that we stress that the margins, those margins that we're fighting for to say that voter ID will disenfranchise enough of that margin to affect local elections, it's the same. I feel like it's the same way for the other side, depending on your area, right? Because in my area where I had a very large, it was a dense city, and you can't tell, and that always frustrated me because all elections inspectors are able to do is look, they could identify through your address, and then when you sign in the poll book, that's how we check if you don't have to show your ID, right? If it's an ID state, then we're not talking about you. But if you don't have to show your ID, how we determine as elections inspector whether we're going to give you the ballot or not is if your signature matches the signature in the poll book, right? And if it doesn't match, that's our only way to check, right? And we can challenge that. We could be like, yeah, no, that signature does not match, no way. But can I tell you how many times it hasn't matched for me? But I've felt a conflict of interest because somebody will say, oh yeah, I've been working on changing my signature or something stupid, and it doesn't make sense, but you're like, but why would this person lie about this? I don't know. Am I going to take their vote from it? Oh, I broke my hand. I have carpal tunnel. Oh, some fucking reason that they'll come up with that the signature is changed. Like, oh yeah, no, my signature has changed. That signature was taken 20 years ago or 15 years ago when I got my license originally, and my signature has evolved, whatever. Okay, so this is my suggestion. I think that there should be ID. I do. But I also think that if we were past ID for the people that are going to show up, that are going to be disenfranchised, there has to be I believe, and this is my best solution, there has to be an on-call person that's ready with a WebEx connected to a judge to get a court.
What's a WebEx? What's that?
WebEx is the program that's used for courts. Okay, so courts. So this is my solution. My solution is, if ever you were to try to vote and an election inspector were not to give you the ballot, or say a lot of times, the federal laws purge voters if you don't vote in every two. You have to vote in your at least every 2 years. So, for example, the Obama election, I'll never forget this. I was so upset. Obama's first election, so many people. The worst was an entire family of 2 parents and 6 children. They were all older, though, right? They were all together. So you think about that. When you're older and you're adults, it takes a lot for everybody to get together. And they were so proud to come and vote. And nobody was in the poll books. And they're like, we don't understand. Only one of their kids was in the poll book, and the rest of them weren't. And it was because when I, contacted the Board of Ed, because the Board of Elections, and I called them and I talked to them. They're like, what's going on? Oh yeah, if they don't vote, their names are taken out of the poll book. So guess what? They didn't get to vote. They had to cast a provisional ballot. The provisional ballot, you give it to them. They'll to fill it out or whatever, but then it doesn't go in and get counted with the ballots. It gets, provisionally counted. It goes into a special separate section, and then the Board of Elections is going to determine whether they're going to count those or not, right? And most of the time they don't. They're not going to get it. There's a large likelihood that they're not going to get counted, okay? So this is my thing. I think that for people that get challenged, that can't vote, there needs to be a WebEx on call. And I think this is simple. It's because everybody has a fucking, could do a laptop. It would be one laptop for every section. You open it up and you do a WebEx with a judge, and the judge is sitting there on call. I'm serious. Well, you could do this anyway, Oleg. This is how this works in a lot of areas already do this. And many places can do this, where the judge hears your case, and they just say, okay, yes, because now you're video recorded, right? And you've spoken to a judge, so you're not going to vote a million times. And the judge is saying, okay, you are who you say you are, you can cast a regular ballot. Or they might say no. And so then at that point, you go and you take your ballot and you cast it with all the ballots. So that's my solution. And I think that needs to happen. Oh, and also the payments, the cost of anything else, yes, that also should be subsidized by any type of changes. But otherwise, and I think we can make this happen. I think it would be realistic too.
All right. So now, I'm going to tell you how terrible Omni-Tether's argument. I'm going to give you an analogy. A very quick one, something simple that all of us can understand. Tether is saying something fucking stupidly retarded, like it's my 21st Amendment to buy alcohol in this country if I'm above the age of 21. Oh, I go somewhere, hey, can you prove that you're above the age of 21? Not everybody could afford a license to prove that they're 21. You're impeaching on my freedom to buy an alcohol beverage at the age of 21.
You're a dipshit. The 21st Amendment doesn't give you the right to drink alcohol. You're saying dipshit things because you're a dipshit.
I should be able to freely buy alcohol at the age of 21 at states that allow it. You see?
You see how it's not a analogy? Because the 21st Amendment doesn't give you the right to drink alcohol, dipshit. You retard. Oh, your fucking little thing failed again.
The 18th Amendment that ended the nationwide prohibition of alcohol. It was enacted to combat.
Did it give you the right to drink alcohol, dickhead? Oh, it did. Oh, so you're just making coffee out of your asshole, right?
Oh, opposition to the ban, returning regulation of intoxicating liquors to individuals. Anyways, so Omni-Tether is saying
he tried so hard.
So I have the law in front of me. That's why I knew you were going to cry off mic. I have the law right in front of me. So he's crying off mic like, the United States says you have to be 21 years old to drink alcohol, but I am 21 years old. I don't have to prove it. I'm 21. Just believe me. I don't need to provide a license. You know how hard it is to get a license? I don't have to give a birth certificate. You know how hard it is to get one or find one again? I don't have to prove who I am. You know how difficult it is? I'm 21. Just believe me. I want to buy alcohol. Just take me at my word. No, there's like places, a lot of Wawas. I think they have what's called We ID Everyone regulations. Meaning, even if you look like you're 80 years old, guess what? They make you ID. Even if you look like you're 100 years old, guess what? They make you ID. It's called the We ID Everyone regulation to avoid being accused of discrimination.
He thinks he's cooking right now.
Now, people like Omni-Tether are going to be like, I don't have to ID. I shouldn't have to ID. You know how difficult IDs are to get? It's almost impossible. Not everybody can afford them. Why do you want me to afford? Why do you want me to try?
How many times are you going to repeat yourself?
Why do you want? He's like, why do you want me to provide an ID? This is un-American. And once again, we have proven over and over and over. We even gave analogies or metaphors in a hypothetical world. There was the case that we provided free IDs to everybody. Free. Here you go. You get one. You get one. You get one. You know what? You can request it online. You get one. Everybody gets one. Is there any issue?
I have one too.
No, I'm after him. I'm giving this back.
You keep interrupting, bro. You should send yourself down.
You're getting the belt.
Damn, I was next.
Is there any issue? Is there any issue with saying that these people should have to provide an ID, that they're an American citizen? Now, some people in Omni-Tether would be like, that's un-American. Just take them on their word. They don't have to provide an ID. They don't have to give you the name. They don't have to give you the address. They don't have to give you the birth date. They said they're American. Just let them vote. I think asking them for a little piece of plastic that's about 4 inches wide, maybe 2 inches high, it's un-American to ask them to provide that. Un-American. Oh, passport? No. As an American, you should be allowed to go into any airport without a passport, without an
ID because you're an American. You have the right to travel freely without molestation.
You can tell you don't have nothing to say because you keep looping. You keep saying the same stupid ass prolong the point, and I'm gonna bust that ass when you're done. Go ahead.
You're hurt. You sound hurt.
I'm gonna bust that ass when you're done. Go ahead.
You sound hurt.
No, I'm just annoyed with the retardation.
You sound hurt. According to Louis' ideology, anybody should be able to buy alcohol without providing ID. Anybody should be able to vote without providing ID. Anybody should be able to freaking fly in the airplane.
Alright, so I'm just gonna talk over you because you've repeated yourself like 5 times, and I don't think anyone gives a fuck anymore, right? So the issue is the right to drink alcohol is not a right bestowed by the Constitution, right? The right to vote, however, is, right? So everyone has the right, every American citizen, right, who isn't like hasn't gone to jail or hasn't committed some federal crime, has the right to vote. So any legislation that stands to alienate or deprive Americans of this right to vote, right, is a law that I think is anti-democratic and probably goes against the Constitution and limits Americans from exercising their rights. Right? We have a right to vote. We don't have a right to drink alcohol. It's why what you're saying is retarded, right? But it's okay. I think you know it's a little retarded, but you're desperate, right? Because you've been completely clobbered on this topic, right? So it's disanalogous because no one enjoys the right to drink alcohol, right? We do, however, enjoy the right to vote. So if there is going to be legislation passed, right, that helps voting, it should be like I'm not even against voter cleaning up our voting process or what do we say, like reform. I'm not against it, but you have to if you're going to propose a remedy, the remedy has to be such that it solves the issue of voter fraud, and also it doesn't stand to ostracize Americans from voting. That's the best form, right? It has to be twofold. It must be twofold, actually. You can't have just one. It has to be both. If it's going to solve the issue of fraud, it must do that. It has to solve that issue, but it also has to do so without alienating Americans, which is what the SAFE Act does. So this whole stupid point of, you're saying that if I didn't have the right to drink alcohol. You don't have the right to drink alcohol, dipshit. That's why your whole fucking retarded looping point makes no sense. Take this belt. Bum ass nigga, bro. You just got fucking smacked. Yeah, you wanna write these lies too. First and foremost, we already right now. You need to provide. Yeah, bro, you already got spanked, bro. Go ahead, say what you gotta say. You gotta take it off.
The way that we put belt to ass, the knowledge is crazy.
Go ahead, you already got spanked. You got spanked already. Go ahead, do your thing.
Neck brace, bro. I start documenting every pain that I have. I would look this is 6 and 7 because that boy herniated it, bro. Damn. That's crazy, bro. Maybe you'll survive for the
You notice how emotional everybody got in the middle of my speech.
Finished.
It was my turn in the queue. And Louis said, I'm going to start talking. Yeah, it was my turn in the queue, bitch nigga. Anyway, so you notice how Omni Tether did everything but address what I said about traveling freely without molestation? You guys notice how he did that? Because that was one of the key points of my argument. Yeah, it's my American right, my First Amendment right to travel freely without molestation. Therefore, this is the entailment of the stupid argument. I should be able to get on a plane and travel anywhere within the States without having to show my ID. This is my American right. Because I'm American.
Yeah, it's not your right to travel, dog. You're just making shit up, bro. Wrong again. Wrong again, Circle Combo. I'm so sorry to inform you. Wrong again. That's not a right. Not like voting is. But continue.
It is actually. That's a funny part. I'll prove you wrong again in a second.
Look, you're getting flogged, bro. I'm flogging you.
Look, he's emotional. He emotional. And y'all see it, and I get it. So once again,
no.
Very, emotional. Bro, he can't hold it emotional.
You better not tell him. Tomorrow you go to work, you better say, I fell down the stairs, bro. Don't be a bitch and tell him that you got abused. Don't do that.
Y'all emotional. And I get it. Once again, it is your American right to travel freely without molestation. And guess what? According to Louis, no, I should be able to get on a plane without an ID, because you know how difficult it is to get an ID? You know how much, it costs money. People can't afford IDs. And you know what? I should be able to get on a plane and go anywhere I want within the United States without an ID, because, oh man, it's so much right to get an ID. They cost, man, as low as $25. You know how fucking difficult it is to make $25 and pay for an ID? You know what? Sometimes, depending on your age, they cost even $50, bro. It cost almost $50. Nah. Asking me to pay $20 to $50 for an ID, it's what's it called? It's interfering with my right to travel, interfering with my rights to be an American. This is regarded as arguments. Asking somebody to pay for an ID that costs as low as $25 if you're a kid. Yes. All my kids have passports. Sorry, try again.
Why are you talking about ID?
Yeah. So all my kids have passports.
Notice how he was like, what if the passport was free? Would you be okay with it? I was like, yeah, dumbass, I would be okay with it. Notice how he didn't address it? So you've already conceded the point, which is that there exists, because of this act, and what it stands for, should exist to be a barrier to entry for voters, right? You conceded that already. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Damn, I'm next, right?
I mean, we're all emotional human beings.
Yes. Retarded arguments make me emotional. Yes, you're right. Yes. Retardation gets me riled up. Yeah, retardation gets me riled up.
You're disenfranchising my fellow Americans' knowledge.
Emotional.
Yes, but you're emotional too.
I live in California where houses come like...
No, you're just repeating your dumbass point, like looping over and over and over again, holding everyone hostage. And I don't care to listen to it anymore. I don't care to listen to it anymore. You've done your point. You're done. You made your point. You made your retarded ass point. And I scraped you. You got scraped with that dumbass point. Oh, what about travel? You didn't address my travel point. It's a good thing that being able to travel isn't bestowed upon us by our Constitution, Gustavo. But guess what is? The ability and the right to vote. Wow. Another retarded point thwarted again. You have permission to talk now.
Yeah, let me respond after knowledge. Let's see how long it's going to take.
I'm after
So emotional. So I live in California where it's like $350,000 for HOA, but I think $25 for an ID is inexcusable because you know how difficult it is to get $25 for an ID. I think this is unacceptable, and this is America. You should be able to vote with an ID, and also because of that, we should be allowed to travel freely throughout the country without an ID, because an ID costs up to $50 for an adult and $25 for a child.
$65.
This is emotional.
Yeah, $65.
Emotional.
Don't lie about the price.
Emotional. So my God, this is like inexcusable. Like, let's say it was $15 more. Oh my God, how can anybody in America be able to pay up to $65 for an ID? Like, no, I mean.
Oh wow. Who would have thought? Poor people exist. Oh my God.
Emotional. So we should.
People who would rather have that $65 go to groceries than pay for a passport just to be able to vote. Oh, wait, that's not happening. That doesn't happen in America, where $65 is like Like
passport is like $200.
prices water to a family.
Passport is like almost $200.
Anyone has that.
You heard that? Passport is $200. So you're double that by over double $80.
We talk about either now.
No, we're talking about passport.
My ID. I just said I beat for a kid. Cost 25, and I beat for the dog. Cost 50. Please do it wrong. It's my turn. It's my turn. How am I emotional? It's my turn. I haven't finished landing.
Don't get your.
I had it.
Wait, we're in the queue?
Guys, look at that. Yes! It's my turn. You know who was after me?
Ruffle, I thought we were
No, Cognito. No, Cognito was
I didn't know we was in the queue. I thought we was talking.
Yo, Cognito has been patient. It was Bima, it was Knowledge, and then Cognito. Yo, Cognito.
I apologize. I thought we was just shooting shit.
No. It was me and then Cognito. He's been waiting for a long ass time. I know a lot. But yo, everybody heard Omni Tether apologize to me. I'm good with that. So I'm gonna pass.
I apologize for it.
No. You said I apologize.
Nah, not that dumbass.
That's good enough for me. All right. One mic on Cognito.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, so
Yo, I'm bad Cognito. Sorry.
You're all good. I saw what went down. It was your turn, but I'm not gonna take sides. I don't want to get my neck chewed off. But I think that earlier Samoa, and I'm not gonna attack Samoa, but he has this tendency to just I don't know. I think he's like the epitome of like white belts. He thinks he's like top-notch black belt. That's in his mind, but he's obviously a white belt when it comes to like debating. And I made some points earlier, and he avoided even acknowledging the points I made and said that I misstepped and went down another tangent. And I don't know what that was about, but I think on the topic of voting, I do agree with having proper identification when voting to establish that you are a citizen. But in comparison, to recent years of how voting been going down, I don't think that it was a big narrative that kind of pointing to either side. Trump won. Right, he won, and he really, even from his side, went down this path of, that could have been, the numbers could have been wrong due to the fact that maybe somebody cheated, or there were illegals in there, etc. And nobody went down that path, from my knowledge. But I think that it was something that was brought up to manipulate the people, from my perspective, and it did a very good job. But I think that people have to have a better way at thinking, from my perspective. And it's not about just what you vote about. It's the reasons behind why you vote. And I feel like a lot of people's reasonings are very much attached to their own experiences, rather than looking at the big picture and actually using some type of metric to be like, this is what our country needs. And I'm not saying Trump is a bad person. I dislike Trump, but I'm looking at the impact that he's having on society. And I'm not going to say that I tried my best to be unbiased about it, right? I don't care about his character, but it's what's happening to America that I'm pointing to. And the numbers speak for itself. And not a lot of people actually go and do that, right? They just sit back, hey, I don't like this ideology, I'm going to support this ideology. Oh, this team is winning, I'm going to vote for this team because they're losing, right? And this is the narrative that is going down adults' mind when they're voting. And I encourage people to vote accordingly to how you want to see the state of our nation on terms of the next generation. I think that the next generation may not be immediate right now, but the next generation will suffer the consequences from the choices we are making today. And I'll just leave it there.
Beautiful.
How many more heads on the queue?
I think I'm the last one. I thought it was quite interesting. logic behind the SAVE Act, folks, right? Remember during this past election, they were like talking about Kamala that she's not relatable, that she's like, she can't relate to the average American, blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? Not even 50% of Americans don't even have a fucking passport. So how the fuck is the SAVE Act going to be relatable to the majority of people in this country? And do you consider that, if we do, for example, pass this bill, that there may be a backlog? Of course, people, even if they do get online to get their passport? Uh-oh. They didn't get
Ask an example thing, brother.
Right? Hold on, my friend. Let me finish. Right?
I'm just asking the question before you finish.
No. Hold on.
Before you finish, I have to ask
Hold on,
you.
you're going to let me finish, my friend. You're going to let me finish.
You're just moving down.
I'm a journalist. No, everything.
Marky, we're just gonna let him finish, okay? And then you could go, Marky. Go ahead, still.
Thank you. So, the thing about it all is that, when it's convenient,
Sorry, go on, Marky.
talk about. Yeah, these folks will talk about, these people are relatable, they're elitist, they're this, and that. That's what I said earlier, right? Not even 50% of Americans have a degree. So let's up the fucking standards so people can at least be educated when they make a vote. You want to abide by the law? Well, also let's abide to logic. Let's abide to those who are educated, and let's make it even more elitist so that some of you in this room who are advocating for this bill won't be able to vote. And then we're going to be saying, this country's being problematic, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you voted for the fucking billionaire to be in office.
I got another one, income. And not only degree, but also you got to meet a certain income.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, right? If you're not making over 100K, you should not be able to vote. Let's hear the logic the folks will say to support that. What percentage of Americans make 100K? I doubt even 40%.
Medicaid influence in your
No, hold on.
Why are they talking about Medicaid?
You can't let other interruptions while Steele is giving the submission. Hold on, Marky, we can't do that. Steele's gonna finish.
That's warning two, Marky, come on.
Thank you.
This is not a warning.
This is why,
That's smart.
I'm speaking. You're not going to scam me. Listen. This is why people like James Talarico, I think, are a breath of fucking fresh air to the political system in this country because he critiques the folks up top versus those at the bottom. And none of you in this room qualify for the folks at the top or in the billionaire or even the millionaire.
Excuse me.
Except for Red Room, of course, But, you get the point. I just think it's ironic as Americans, right? The elitist game when it comes to access to certain things, it's always fun in games until it hits you. And that's all I gotta say, man. Sister She-Wolf said it best. A passport isn't $60. Up that shit by double, and it's still not even the amount of $200. Right? Come on, man. We're fucking cooked in this country. I really hope and pray that, the brother here, Cogito, said it best. I really wonder how some of you guys envision the next generation should be. Do you think that the next generation should be fucked up and they shouldn't have access to certain things? Because I can guarantee you, the wealth gap is already increasing, right? So, including that wealth gap, you guys gotta consider how does that influence the social determinants of access to certain things, like getting a passport, like the good quality of life, healthcare access, etc. But you guys don't care about that, right? So, you guys complain about Iran talking about death to America, but some of your politics literally represents death to the future of America, which is fucking disgusting. But that's all I need. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, that's what threatened Iran was.
I think Omni Tevin was after her. And I think after that popcorn.
One of the things we haven't even brought up was residency. You have to also prove your residency. Let's say you're homeless and you want to vote. You won't be able to because you can't get an ID because you don't have a fucking address. I'm pretty sure you can't even get a regular, California ID without, an address. So it's disenfranchising fellow Americans, whether they have homes, whether they have incomes, whatever their circumstance. It's eliminating people to vote. And that's wrong.
Yeah, so I just it says that's not true. It says you are allowed to vote if you are homeless. I'm on vote.org and it's telling you procedures to go about.
Right now, but not after the SAVE Act, though.
You just made.
Can you Google that one?
You just made a false claim. It's information.
I'm not making a false claim.
Information on this page is for
I said we haven't brought up residency.
Information.
That's what I said. Knowledge.
Information. Yes, it says. This is the first line. It says information on this page. It's voters.org. The information on this page is for anybody without a permanent.
Dude, I have triple the face.
Hold on. I'm curious. Hold on, please. Knowledge, can you explain is this in the SAVE Act? Where are you reading this from, Knowledge?
I'm on vote.org.
Okay, so you gotta understand Knowledge.
I asked a very simple question. I asked can you vote while being homeless? It says yes, you are allowed to vote while being homeless. You don't need a permanent address. You need an address that
Jessica was talking about getting an ID without a residence.
Right.
Receiving an identification, not voting. Right. But which I actually don't agree with Jessica, because I know that if you're what is it called when you're like what is that, destitute? Whatever it is called when you ain't got no money, right? Say you need ID and you don't have the $25 or the $130 whatever dollars that you need to get an ID. You can go to the county. The county will give you a voucher that you can take to the DMV, right? And I assume that if you don't have an address, you can come to the DMV and pick it up, possibly, or something like that. That's what I'm assuming.
But voting doesn't work that way because
she was right on the website right now. It says, what if you don't have an address? And that's exactly what it says. You can get an ID card at your state motor vehicle office. Even if you don't drive, get an ID card. It says these organizations may be able to help you pay for the ID fees. Most states also offer ID cards for free or at a reduced cost for people who are unhoused. Yes, there's other organizations to help you get ID cards at the motor vehicle.
Okay, and so and the reason that's important is because you have to have an address in order to be counted in, to show up in a poll book, right? So you have to be put into a jurisdiction. So that your homelessness, you're still going to have to travel to wherever that address is to vote, because you're going to have to vote. And that's, if it's an hour away, if it's 5 hours away, wherever it is, you can't just show up and vote anywhere you want on election day. You have to vote in your jurisdiction.
It actually addresses that. It says the mailing address does not have to be a fixed home address. If you do not have a fixed home address, to get mail, you can use different addresses as your mailing address, which could also be provided to you from the organization. I'm on the website. I'm telling you.
Can that be used as proof of residence? Can that be used as proof of residence?
You don't need proof of residence to get an identification.
Not now, you don't.
But you do, under the SAVE Act, it does require proof of residence in order to register.
It says the bill requires in-person registration at an official office with documentation of proof of citizenship.
Right, proof of citizenship, not residency.
But the SAVE Act says typically a passport or a birth certificate. Homeless Americans are among the least likely to have either of these. Many have lost documents, never had them, replaced them, blah, 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 blah. A passport costs over $100. A replacement birth certificate requires knowledge of which state you were born in, having a mailing address to receive it, and often paying a fee. So it does disenfranchise also the homeless people. The SAVE Act, I'm not saying that it does now. I'm saying that the SAVE Act also will get rid of their votes as well.
Yeah, so on this same website, it says different ways to go around it. It says you can use your current address.
But are you denying that, their knowledge?
Ma'am,
the act that you want to fucking pass for your children's future? Is that what you want?
It says the way, if you're homeless, to not have a permanent address, you can use your current address as vote
shelter. And all you have to do is put that you live at, quote unquote, it says either a shelter.
That's what you do now.
A religious
Yeah,
section.
thank you. You're telling us stuff we already know, knowledge.
Any other
My God.
place.
It's like talking to a brick wall sometimes.
I'll say this, knowledge. I have another one because this isn't, if I'm being honest, right.
It's not that difficult to get. An ID says, this is who you are. All you have to do is say, here's my ID. And people are like, oh, no, man, no, you can't do that. ID? No, what?
Are we having a new argument now, or are we still talking the same thing?
Well,
That's my point, Mr. Finley. He's gone off on a tangent about something that's current laws, not what the SAVE Act is proposing.
They're like, even though IDs are free, man, that's still too much work. You know, man, not everybody can go get those free IDs.
He be half trolling and half serious.
There's organizations.
I don't know what he's doing at this point.
There's organizations that will pay for the ID. No, man. You know how much you gotta do to like freaking do that? What if you're homeless? It says, oh, here, if you're homeless, all you gotta do is put this. Yeah, but man, even if you're homeless, you know how difficult it's gonna be to do the simple procedure, which is it says put a shelter, a religious center, any other community place under permanent address. No, man, that's way too much work. You can't do any of that.
That's one thing you have to do.
There's so many ways.
Dude, Nate, knowledge, you're just off on another tangent. You're totally away from the fucking topic of the fucking room.
Oh my God. All right, let knowledge finish. Okay, go ahead, knowledge.
I get it. You want to believe that it's impossible to get ID. You want to believe that it takes so long.
No, I want to believe that you're a decent fucking human. Knowledge, that's what I want to believe.
Knowledge, like I said before, I want to know when are y'all going to start to realize that arguing with knowledge is just aiding and killing the room. Every time y'all do this with him, y'all are just helping to kill the room. That's what I want y'all to know.
You're not lying because I was just about to leave and I want to have the conversation.
I have a simple rule. Just let me finish and I will yield. I've done it so many times. Just let me finish and I'll mute. You don't all have to talk at the same time I'm talking. I get water to get triggered, but you don't have to. Just fight the urge. It's cool. Anyway.
No, I'm too weak to let the urge. I'm too weak. I can't do it.
It's very effective knowledge. It's very effective.
I get it. It's triggering. The idea of someone having to get an ID that could be provided for free by the state, by organization. The idea of someone having to go through this hassle of getting a free ID in order to vote for our American system. It's such a crazy ideology. Like, why would we make someone prove they're an American citizen to vote under the American president? It's such a crazy concept, right? Well, I kind of disagree, and this is why everybody's triggered. I don't think asking for ID, I don't think asking for an ID that says, hey, I was born here, hey, my name is this, hey, I'm an American citizen. I don't think it's a crazy concept. If you want to say, oh my God, you know how much an ID costs? It could be as low as $25. Some people can't afford $25. And then you say, well, what if it's for free? You gotta pick it up. Oh my God, not everybody can afford bus fare. You know how expensive bus fares are? They cost as low as $1.50. Not everybody has $1.50 to get a bus fare to get an ID. Not including round trip, that's $3. And then you say, okay, what if we pay for the bus fares? Oh no, it's not even that. You know how many people are they have 2 jobs, 3 jobs? They don't have the time. They don't have the time of any day of any week out of the year in 4 years to pay much work. I want to get a drink? Yeah. Let me ask for an ID. I want to go to a club? Yeah. Let me ask for ID. I want to travel to the States? Yeah. It's okay to ask for ID. Voting for the president?
In your country and make people to decide that thing.
Voting for the president of the United States, that I'm a citizen
listen, look, if there's an issue of election, I don't have an issue like as of right now, like around 20 million Americans.
I don't know why. I just got the urge to talk. It's so weird. I just got the random urge to start talking. It's weird. Exactly. It's so weird, right? I just felt like starting to talk out of nowhere. I don't know why that happened. I don't know why. I was like, you know what? I gotta start talking now. You know what? I don't have any sauce on it. The Asian stuff.
Is this fun for you? Yeah. Like this is good conversation for real? Yeah. I just want to know for real.
I got jumped for 10 minutes straight.
I'm just wondering if y'all think this is good.
I got jumped for 10 minutes straight.
Not only do I not think it's fun, I think that it's gross that knowledge cannot just kill the room and not give a shit about his chillism. Christian chillism. It doesn't surprise me that he also doesn't care about the American fucking people.
I got jumped by
It's like you just stand up there and just care about you and yours and your $50 fucking dollars, and that's all you give a shit about, and it's gross.
So as it stands,
I don't feel good, right? That's a fact. That's a fact. You don't feel good, right? I know when I was young for like 20 minutes straight, I kept asking him, it was my turn, let me go. Yeah, I think most of y'all were doing it. So now, when it's happening to him, now it's gross. Now it's like, oh, what you're doing is gross. So when it happened to me, wasn't nobody fighting for me. Actually, I think Bima did fight for me. She moved down to this nigga, Marky, I think. I should Bima. I'll give Bima that. But yeah, I was getting jumped for 20 minutes, 10 minutes straight.
Yeah, and you gonna keep getting jumped, little ass nigga. So, anyways,
I'll stop.
I mean, you got if you want to get it out, you can get it out. I understand. I do apologize because I didn't realize we were in the queue when I was snapping on you.
So the other issue I wanted to bring up. So like I said, I think that there's a conflict here because especially when you're an elections inspector, you feel like every single that's so loud on me. Thank you. You feel like every name that's in your poll book, there's like this special like. I don't know how to explain it. You want to honor those people. You feel very protective over everybody, all who's in that book. And you want to make sure that when that person comes to vote, that they're not fucking going to try to steal a vote, right? And I've experienced people trying to steal votes. I can't tell you how many times, right? And I caught them in like crazy, just random ways. Like just one of my favorite stories is it was a twin. Her twin was away at college. She tried to come in and vote again, but she forgot to change her purse. She changed her entire outfit head to toe, but her purse was very unique. And I remember staring at it and thinking to myself, oh my God, that's a cute purse. But I remember like the stains on the purse. I remember like all the little, scuffs and everything on the purse. So when she came around the second time, and I'm looking at, like, I noticed the purse first, and then I looked up at her, and I'm looking at her face, and I'm like, this is the same bitch. She was just fucking here. So then I paid close attention, and sure enough, she goes to the same address, right, and it was a different first name. And then I was just like, weren't you just here? And she goes, no. And I was just like, no, you were just here. And I was just like, it was you because your purse is the same. And then she got caught. And surprisingly, she was honest with it. She was just like, oh, well, I'm a twin, and my twin, she's away at college. She just needed me to make her vote. I'm like, yeah, no, sorry, honey, you can't do it. I've had people like freak out, just blatantly tried to come and vote as their mother, as their daughter, as like what I mean, like it happens all the time. It happens frequently, right? Every election, there's a couple, right? And I'm not saying my areas. I have a large, like I'll process thousands and thousands of ballots, right? because it's a larger area. But this is my ultimate point. I do feel that we should have some sort of integrity. I want to protect everybody's vote. I really do. But then also at the same time, I want to make sure that everybody comes in really truly does get their opportunity to vote. And so I'm stuck in such a crazy catch-22. I don't. Yeah, and so I think that we can come to a good, an easy, because you have to remember, right, everybody that's in the poll book already has already proven that they're citizens. The people that are going to be coming, that are going to need the IDs, they're going to be people that are citizens that are in the poll book that may forgot their ID, that may have just lost their ID, that didn't go and did just like little things like that, right? And that really sucks, right? I really don't want that to be the people who, you know, how many people come during work, right? That you get an opportunity to leave during work. Maybe they forget their shit. Who knows? There's a bunch of reasons, and you have that small little period to go from work to the voting booth, go back to work, right? Yeah, okay, you can say make sure you get your shit together, just like if you were to go, let's say, drink alcohol or something. But the issue is that you're still going to be robbing somebody of a vote. So that's why I think we do need a better system of integrity to make sure that I can, and as an election inspector, protect everybody's vote, but then also make sure that you are who you say you are. And I really think that my solution, which isn't a solution that I came up with, I'm saying some of these areas already have them, which are, you could get a court order if you're somebody who shows up to your voting booth, your polling place, and you forgot your ID, you don't have your ID, you just show up to the judge is going to give, okay, yeah, you've given me enough bullet points to prove who you are, you're on you're on video, we know exactly who you are, right? You're not going to lie, you're not going to show up a million times you can't show up multiple times to the same judge in one jurisdiction, right, to vote in multiple places, because the judge is going to obviously recognize you immediately. So I really think that that's a really good solution, and I think that it'll make sure that everybody gets their opportunity to vote while also protecting everybody who votes. Maybe we can even come up something, because I was thinking about, why don't we have just special voter ID cards, which after you become a voter, you have a special card that you show up with that has your photo on it. I don't think that, I'm going to be honest with you, the SAVE Act is not it for me, right? I feel like it disenfranchises more than it solves the problem of making sure that I do believe that we need to improve something, but I don't think that the SAVE Act is sufficient enough. I think that we need to come up with something more technologically advanced, and we need to actually, because we're growing, right? You have to forget, we can't forget that we are growing, our technology is growing, and we need better opportunities. There's other things in the SAVE Act and this is the last thing I'll say, there's other things in the SAVE Act that create so many extra barriers, like the mail-in registration, right? Or the online registration. You have so many more barriers now, and we already know just in basic marketing that the more barriers that you present to any human being for anything, the less likely it is that they're going to be able to follow through, because that creates more obstacles or opportunities for them not to have something, or not be able to follow through with it, whether they forget, whether they don't have it, whether it's timing, whatever it might be. So I think that the SAVE Act is a good opportunity for us to start, but I think if we work together, maybe in Chilism, maybe you listening to this right now, we could come up with a better SAVE Act. Thank you.
I just want to clarify.
The SAVE Act. That's what I say. Throw it out.
Dawn already said she was next in the chat.
Go ahead, Louis. Go ahead. I'll go after Louis.
I appreciate it.
No.
So I just want to clarify to Gustavo, and to everyone who's on kind of that side of the argument. I agree that let's say these standards were implemented. Of the 20 million Americans that right now have no way to prove their citizens right now currently. No, I'm just saying, of the 20 million Americans right now who have no way to verify their ID, I feel like
probably most of them would be able to acquire some ID or another, right, to be able to vote, right? I think maybe most of them. But so long as there is a plurality or a group of these Americans, of that 20 million, who are unable to do so, I think that mandating like a passport or something is like it's just the wrong way to go. That like Bima said, I don't know what the solution is. She gave a solution that actually I don't know. I'm listening to it. It sounds feasible, right? I'm trying to think of like what like some pitfalls are, but like at least she has something else that doesn't alienate Americans. That's my thing. Like election fraud. Get rid of it. Like solve the issue if there's an issue, right? If there's an issue. By the way, no one seems to be able to like produce facts that like verify that this is an issue we should be taking care of or taking seriously. But let's just assume it is.
Bima just told you that people are trying to steal people's votes all the time.
Yeah. Like, is this negligible or is this wide scale? That's the question I'm asking. But yeah.
He told you a woman tried to vote twice as her twin.
I'm just gonna go.
An American. So how is that negligible?
So anyway, so I think if we stand like my issue isn't. I don't even think it's like what Gustavo was saying. Oh, it's the craziest thing in the world. I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world. I think a lot of people can like afford that. But so long as there's a group that can, I don't think that's what we should be doing. And that's the only point I'm making.
Thanks. Hey, so I wanted to ask Bima. Well, I'm going after Louis, and then you can go, Alessandro, after me. I wanted to ask Bima a question. And yeah, it's crazy. I used to work for the Register of Voters, but I wanted to ask. So it used to be that if someone forgot their ID, right, and it used to be just your ID or license, right, and you were on the list, or you would get, or you would be presented with. If you weren't on the list, you would still have to have your ID and you would get a provisional ballot, right? And then if you forgot your ID, you would have to have, like, because I forgot my ID once, I don't know how, or I lost my ID or something. And then I still needed to vote and work there, but I had to, we had people that did that too, that lost their ID, and we would accept a bill or like something from the state, right, or a hospital or a bill, right, and someone verify, like someone on the list, and someone registered on your list, right, and also verify that yes, you are who you say you are, like you're their neighbor, right? Or they know you and they're on the list, right? Is that still a thing, Bima? Do you still accept that?
Yeah, there are definitely some states that if you have strict voter ID laws, that you can cast the provisional ballot, right? But it doesn't mean that it's going to be counted. You have to, the provisional ballots are separated from the other ballots. They're not counted the night of, right? They're not included with the regular votes. They're set aside, and then the Board of Elections, the commissioners decide whether or not to count those votes, right? Yeah. So that's my only concern, because I want to make sure that everybody's votes gets counted. And then also, Louis, this is interesting because you said there's no evidence, and you're right about that. There isn't any evidence, but I'll tell you why there's no evidence. There's no evidence because we have no way of. Everything is in-house, and not only in-house, it's in jurisdiction of each county's Board of Elections. There is no reporting. There's no mandatory reporting. So when as an elections inspector, who you sit there in your jurisdiction, you get assigned a jurisdiction, and you get a poll book for just those people. They come and they get to vote, right? Now, if you think that they're, for example, the twin that came to try to vote, right? I obviously get the information and I report it to the Board of Elections. My Board of Elections. elections, which is just in my county inside of my state. There's 62 counties inside my state. There is no reporting, not even to the state, and definitely not in the federal. And there's no in-house, there's no, you don't have to record it or anything. The commissioner just tells you what to do. It's okay, you don't have to, I don't even think that they do anything necessarily with the information. So you're correct.
Yeah, this is an issue. I see this as an issue as well, we have to know what the issue is to know if there's an issue or not.
Right. So, I'm just saying, so like in all of these states, like there is no interconnectivity. Each county's board of election does whatever they're going to do, and it ends with the commissioners. The commissioners get the full discretion to decide what's going to happen, and then they don't report to anything else because, to be quite frank, they don't want to get in trouble. It's like it's a direct conflict. You know what I mean? Like if there's issues with their voter ID, I mean, like it looks bad. Like they're not doing something. So it stops with the county's board of elections. And it would be a good idea. I mean, sometimes there is one thing that we do have federal agents occasionally that will pop up to different voting locations. And I know that they do this throughout, the nation, and they won't tell you, and sometimes it's on the day, and they'll just come in just to observe for a few minutes, or they'll sit there for, maybe a couple hours or whatever else. But even in those cases, they ask a lot of questions, and most of the time what they're really focused on is making sure that people who can't speak English have all of the necessary things necessary in order to fill the vote and make sure that the people that show up can vote when, if there's somebody who has a handicap, right? Did your polling place do everything properly to make sure that that person was able to vote? Did you make sure that the provisional ballots, right? Like, was that presented properly? But most of the time they're not going to be, unless they're standing at your particular table when that particular, even then, there's no, you know what I'm saying? They would have to catch it. So, I don't know. I know that it is an issue because it's happened to me every single election, every single time. And sometimes it's interesting because some people will admit it and it comes out indirectly. Like they'll be like, yeah, I just moved. And then what happens is sometimes when somebody moves, you'll be in two places. If it's a different county, you'll show up twice. You could go and vote twice. You could go vote in your old address, in your own jurisdiction, and then you could vote again in your other jurisdiction, and you could sign 2 times. You know what I mean? Yeah. I wanted to say something real quick. Oh, go ahead.
I'm fucking around. I'm sorry, She-Wolf. I appreciate it. But no, yeah, I think overall, you made some valid points, Bima. I think though, it's negligible, right? It boils back down to what the word negligible means. So what negligible means is if something is not so significant that we should start passing laws, right, and modifying how our voting system works, it's negligible, right? So hear me out. Once a year, a midget rapes a dolphin, right? And it'll be like one midget rapes a dolphin. So do we need to create an anti-dolphin rape task force to stop this from happening? Do you see what I'm saying? Once a year, a koala throws spaghetti at a fucking 5-year-old. Do we need to create anti-koala laws? What I'm saying, all that I'm saying is if we look at the instances where you brought up people moving so that they can vote twice in different districts. People moving so that they can vote twice in different districts is not something that's just out here happening so that people can overthrow the election to stop Donald Trump. And when we talk about evidence of voter fraud, I can't help but notice that the people that are on the right have no evidence. So let's actually consider the evidence. When we look at evidence of fraudulent electoral ballots that have been submitted on a federal scale, most of them come from the right. Most of the voter fraud that we saw in the 2020 election came from the right because Donald Trump told his constituents they can't trust the election. So since they didn't trust the election, they cheated. right? But even that was negligible. It was negligible. And so negligible is the word that I'm caught up on.
Yeah, I get you.
Show me the.
Happy to meet you.
I'm next.
I was trying to talk, but I was not sure. Okay, go ahead.
Really quick, because y'all are dragging this, and I just wanted to say one thing really quickly, which is there's nothing wrong with voter ID laws. They just have to provide us with voter IDs, and people who are for voter ID laws, they need to understand that we can have voter ID, but guess what? I'm not paying for a voter ID. You want me to have a voter ID? You provide it for me. And you have to make it like it shouldn't have to be something that I gotta go out of my way to fucking get. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly it would be great, right? And people pretending like Bima didn't just tell you that this shit happens all the time. And it's not like a koala throwing spaghetti at a fucking giraffe. No, it doesn't occur like that. It's more like the amount of times people have coconuts fall on their heads and they fucking die. Happens more often than you fucking think. If we look up how often people die by coconut, I think we'll be fucking shocked. Right? So,
No, it's not you.
It is my turn.
You just got here to stop. No, sorry. A comprehensive 2014 study showed that 31 credible instances of voter impersonation fraud from 2000 to 2014 out of more than 1 billion valid casts.
Yeah, that's what we call negligible.
Exactly. So, sit down. Stop being nasty to American people.
Let me just point this out.
Thank you for letting me take my turn, Samoa. You're so fucking kind.
She was right, and I already conceded that when Gustavo asked her if they were free, I said, yeah, there's no issue. Then there's no barrier to entry, right?
All right, so all we have to do is we just have to add a requirement for state IDs to be like citizen documentation.
You're so right.
Like, just in order for you to get a state ID, a driver's license, or anything like that, just offer birth certificates, make sure states require this, so it wouldn't be an additional cost to anybody.
For the record,
everybody
wait, Simone, for the record, you are conceding. If you're making this point, you are conceding that they're entry, so you are conceding that the SAVE Act does stand to
just say it.
No, sorry, please.
Okay,
I actually got cut off. So let me just land real quick and I'll say this last thing. I'll just say this last thing. So even if we have voter IDs, right, and they provide them to us free of charge, make them easily accessible to us, right? What if I lose my voter ID the day before the election? Then what? Then what do I do? I lost my voter ID the day before the fucking election.
That's your fault.
And I don't have time to get a new one before November 8th. Do I just not get to vote because I lost my voter ID?
I have the answer. So, she will. If you bought Super Bowl tickets to the Super Bowl and you lost the tickets, not just digital, paper tickets as well. Are you saying they should let you in?
Well, you don't have a right to the Super
Bowl. Yeah. Are you saying they should let you in the Super Bowl just because you tell them? Are you saying they should let you in just because you tell them that you're supposed to be in the Super Bowl?
It's disanalogous.
Well, that's a good point, but most of the time when you have tickets,
it's disanalogous if you don't have a right to the Super Bowl.
It's only addressing her example as far as like her having the required ID and then losing it the day of.
Right.
She lost the ID.
Here's the backup now.
Come on, so this is analogous to the point of entry.
My example was, scenario 1, they require an ID. Scenario 2, they require a ticket. Scenario 1, I lost my I lost my ID. Scenario 2, I lost my ticket. There's no difference.
No, the difference is
yeah. But once again, I'm asking, why should it be the case in scenario 1? Why should it be the case in scenario 1 that it's acceptable, but scenario 2 is not?
Because your right to watch the Super Bowl is backed up, and the foundation is rooted in the fact that you have that ticket. The ability for She-Wolf to go and vote in the voting booth is backed up not by her ID.
Louis, make that make sense? Say that again, bro. I can understand.
Say it again.
This is a right.
Louis. Say it again, please.
Just one moment, I have to speak. Let me go.
Oh my God.
Let me go after you talk Chavo, bro. Let me go after.
No. I want you to say it again.
No, repeat it.
I didn't understand you.
Okay, I'll repeat it. The thing that gives me the right to go to the Super Bowl and view the Super Bowl, I don't have any right other than that ticket I have. That ticket grants me the right to view the Super Bowl. The right to vote isn't granted by my voter ID. It's granted by the Constitution, right? So this voter ID...
No, citizenship.
The voter ID then...
I didn't hear what you just said.
Isn't it citizenship?
No. To go to the Super Bowl, you have to be a Super Bowl
citizenship by way of the Constitution.
Right? If you're voting for the president, you have to be a
The
citizen.
right to vote.
Right now, lady, he's wrong. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's the
In order to go to the
Constitution.
Super Bowl, go to the Super Bowl, you need a ticket. In order to vote, right?
In order to vote,
You need to be a citizen.
No.
Right. You need ID and citizenship.
Yeah, and if I didn't have my Super Bowl ticket, and I said, "Wait, why can't I just go in?" Because I have no right to the Super Bowl. I don't have a right to be.
You bought tickets. What do you mean you don't? You bought tickets.
I don't have it present. Right, but that ticket. I think you're intentionally trying to misunderstand me. That ticket is the only thing that grants me the right.
And it doesn't even grant you the right. They can refuse you. They can fucking refuse you. They don't have to let you in.
Come on, you guys are making this complicated.
Let's just say they accept everyone who has a ticket in there 1 second. You guys are trying to misunderstand my analogy. I think it was perfect.
It's a poor analogy. That's what's going on.
It's not. It's you guys are saying, oh, if I didn't have the Super Bowl ticket, if I bought a Super Bowl ticket, but don't.
Well, it's knowledge is analogy about the Super Bowl. So you're saying knowledge is analogy.
No. You can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're not talking about rights.
Yes, I'm saying.
You're talking about rights.
Knowledge that was a bad analogy. I said
knowledge was talking about rights. Knowledge was not talking about rights.
You should be talking about rights.
There you go.
You don't have proper identification, then you can't vote. If you don't have the tickets, even though you bought your tickets, you can't attend the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the problem is that Louis
We're arguing against that. We're arguing for why that's.
Yeah, you know what? It's not in the Constitution.
Louis talking about the Constitution, right? And what knowledge is representing is the actual legislation, like what's prescribed to do the actual thing. So, if legislation says you need this ID, like a ticket, to get into this event that is voting, it's just like the ticket for the
that would be the equivalent. No. It would be analogous if no. It would be analogous if everyone had some sort of right to go to the Super Bowl. We all have a God-given right, or like some sort of foundational right to the Super Bowl. We already know. First of all, this is not right because, as She-Wolf said, they don't have, like, they could kick you out or not allow you
like how they kick out felons, right?
The owner of the stadium can be like, fuck that guy. I don't care if he bought a ticket or what. Like, give him his ticket back or whatever, right? So there is no right, right?
No, he's not listening, bro. America does the same thing with felons and kids and all these requirements. They get people out too, man.
Just for a second. I think that ultimately there's a couple of things going on.
We gotta go. Yeah, bro. What are you doing?
Okay, but there's a lot of shit happening. Do you want to go and then I can go after you?
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. Yeah, I think knowledge is on point here. He's only talking about the entry point. Obviously, there's this constitutional thing that gives us the right. But not every American citizen has the right to vote. Why? Because legislatively, they came in and they carved out certain groups of people that are citizens that don't have the ability to vote.
Yeah, there are like a handful of exceptions, and we understand those exceptions. And we're operating within that. We're operating within that reality already. So I don't know the reason to highlight that. I don't understand.
I'm only pointing out why this is enough. She will spoke up by saying, "Hey, the Super Bowl reserves the right to night service." Yeah, just like the country does with carving out felons.
No, they don't. The country does not have the right to night service. Like there are even those restrictions are constitutionally provided, correct or no?
Legislatively provided.
Whatever. It's by law. It's provided by law.
And the ID would be provided by law as being the requirement to do the thing.
Let me just confirm when you say legislatively required.
Yes.
Because I know
like voting ID, you need this ID to vote. Like what happened in Georgia, Jim Crow 2.0. They say you need this ID to vote. If you don't have this ID, you can't vote. Yes, legislatively, just like the Super Bowl reserves the right to deny service of an unruly customer that has a Super Bowl ticket. Of course, felons are a part of the unruly crowd. That's why this is analogous. When Knowledge gave you the example of point of entry ticket, and then Nathan came in and pointed out like the connection or the parallel to like an ID. Yes,
so the 14th Amendment implies the ID. So when we're talking about felons, the exemption for felons is explicitly described and defined in Section 2 of the 14th Amendment. Would you like me to go over it?
Oh my bro, he doesn't even realize what's going on.
My point is that even these restrictions that you're talking about are constitutionally defined. Like that's the basis for like which all these rights
are. No, it's a difference between descriptive and prescriptive.
All right, this is being intentionally. You're doing your thing, so I know.
You just don't want to listen, bro.
Y'all are just disagreeing, and we get it. You disagree.
No, he just doesn't understand what's being said. It's not about being.
We're talking past each other on a certain level because I think there's a couple of things happening. Some of you are saying that first and foremost, whether or not you have the right to, whether or not an American person should be able to vote is up for question, right? I don't give a, like, you're saying like, well, whether or not an American can vote should have something to do with a document. I think as an American, I'm asking, does anyone here disagree with the fact every American who's born here should be allowed to vote? Do we agree with that? No, so then stop talking while I'm talking. Right?
I agree with that.
Let me give me 40 seconds because I've been listening. I can't get in there.
Oh, so these questions are rhetorical then, right?
Stop. Yes, rhetorical.
All right.
So what I'm pointing out to you is like, as I'm listening, I'm hearing you guys going back and forth. I'm like, look, every American should be allowed to vote, period. Fuck it. If you disagree with that, fuck you. And I don't care. If you want to say, the Constitution doesn't say that every American gets to vote, fuck you. I don't give a damn. That's like opening the Bible and saying you should kill the Amalekites. I don't give a fuck what your little paper says. We all know every American should be allowed to vote, period. If you disagree with that, it's a good thing we live in a democracy where we can change the Constitution and we can change the laws and we can change the rules. When the Constitution was originally written, Jessica couldn't fucking vote. The Constitution doesn't give Jessica the right to vote. The Constitution doesn't fucking say. No, like there were changes and amendments.
Yeah, that didn't.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like appealing to the Constitution. I really don't give a fuck. Because there are many of us who have been fucked over.
You hear that? I don't care.
Stop talking for a second. Because I'm actually making a fucking point. I don't give a damn who wrote some shit on a piece of paper. I don't, right? Americans should be allowed to vote. Fuck whatever you're talking about. You're complaining about a problem that does not exist. And Louis, that's why I don't even engage this shit. They're complaining about Smurfs attacking Darth Vader. They're complaining about a problem that does not exist.
Why? No, I agree, but you know, sometimes you gotta like fight people on their points, if like you know, just to like.
You guys aren't addressing the point.
All right, what's the point that we're not?
All right, knowledge's point is the legislative branch decides at what age can an American vote. If a felon, in what state they can vote. So clearly, the legislative branch draws the lines of what's governing the interpretation of the Constitution. So this is why what Knowledge said is quite relevant. When you run back to the Constitution, what you're actually doing is erasing the lines and saying it's not analogous. You're not even entertaining the argument. He's saying that, hey, if we're in this world where the SAVE Act is passed and it is a law, you need this ID to get into the event to vote. Just like the Super Bowl. You need a ticket to get into the event. So, they are going to say, hey,
do you understand
this ID only goes to these certain amounts of people, not felons, not 17-year-olds.
You're saying the age, you're saying these limits are legislatively placed and not constitutionally?
Yes, right. Yeah.
So you'd be incorrect there. Right?
Oh my gosh, what the fuck?
What piece of legislation defines?
Felons get their.
Let me just ask this question. What piece of legislation defines the age of voting, please?
Yeah, so I'll just point this out. So, like, 18 years old, it being of an adult.
Wait, I said what piece of legislation?
Yeah. So
passed by Congress, assumingly, right?
Yeah. So, like,
okay. So what your task is giving me a piece of legislation.
Right, that was the 26th Amendment.
So it was a constitutional. It's a constitutional provision, right? Is what you're telling me, Jessica.
All right, let me just point this out.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So when you said that these restrictions are legislatively defined, you were wrong, right?
Oh my goodness. All right, so
you're fucking spiraling now, right?
So let me ask you this question, Jessica, since you're the all-wise Claude, right? In Florida, they have
that Claude, huh?
Yeah, well, obviously you don't know it either, but maybe you might get it here.
No, it's because I'm old.
In Florida, are felons allowed to, like, gain their voting rights back compared to Nebraska? So these are like the different states, right?
Okay, and what does the 14th
come on, bro.
say? What's the 14th?
It's not the 14th. So it says right here, it is the 26th
It
Amendment.
said yes, but
26th Amendment, 26th Amendment of the United States Constitution states that the right of the citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged.
So it's constitution.
I already said that. And then Samoa
Thank you.
move the goalpost again.
Lady, hold on.
It sets age of a minimum requirement of 18-year-old people who are proven to be, this is the most important part, proven to be citizens of the United States.
America?
Yes, no.
Not just, you can't just say, hey, I'm 18 years old, I want to vote on the president. You say, hey, I'm 18, it's a requirement, I want to vote. No, that's not how it works. You have to be proven United States.
Claude said.
All right, but then let me
In Florida, are felons allowed to regain their voting rights back? Yes, but it becomes significantly harder in recent years. Florida has a complicated and contested history on this issue.
Of course, because it varies from what that actually means, like who's qualified and who's not qualified. For example, if a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old were to be emancipated, do they gain rights? They're not 18 though, but do they gain rights?
Switching between federal and state law.
Oh my God! Because he's just moving the goalposts, Louis. That's what he does. It's called the Smoke. Get him off, Claude.
You're talking about a constitution, right?
On this ChatGPT actually made an argument. It said before this amendment came into place, many states have voting ages at 21. It said because of the Vietnam War, they lowered the age to 18.
Right.
All right, and the point that I'm making.
Right, but it was constitutionally amended.
Well, hold on. So the point that I'm making is like the states are interpreting the Constitution and then they're crafting like how it looks on the ground in their own unique states, right? And the point that I'm making is that hey, there are cutouts for certain populations not to be eligible to vote.
No, that's not what this says. No, this is constitutionally. This constitutionally defines like the age at which. This is not saying it's up to the states. What are we talking about?
All right, so maybe you're just focused on like the number 18. Let's just move to felons. Do you agree that not all American citizens are eligible to vote?
No. So yes, this amendment is very specific on the age. Some states have it at 21.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
At 18.
Wait, what do you think I just said?
Because of this amendment, they said, hey, 18.
Are you talking to Samoa?
18. No, I'm talking to you. 18.
What do you think? Literally what Louis said.
Based upon this amendment, it was 18.
You guys have to be true.
It says 18 is the minimum voting age nationwide, prevents states from raising the voting age above 18. And
so that's what I just said, bro.
Watch this. This is the disagreement. And the most important part is proving you're a fucking citizen that's above the age of 18. That's what you're avoiding. The most important part about this legislation is proving your citizenship. Bro, you can't be a non-citizen voting for a fucking.
What was you saying? This is the.
Bro, that doesn't happen. Knowledge. Get over it. Stop.
And for the record,
that's why you guys are saying it's insignificant. You're just saying the significance is not calling for this. So that means it does happen, just not to your liking, not to your approval. It's happening. It's happening. You have
36.
They just don't want you to go. No. Look, you did some retarded shit when you looked at 2014. The biggest fraud came when they.
No, that's when did they have the
2014. Yeah, look.
Most statistics.
Look, at the end of the day, this is going to help out just not with the legal shit. It's going to clean up a lot. And it's funny how one side is concerned about it when they should have told people, different franchising. Different franchising. Isn't it going to different franchise for everybody? If it is, why is only one side complaining? How about this? It's probably going to happen,
because
you just have to take it.
No, he's pointing out.
You guys benefited from this franchise. We understand. Because the demographic who stands against this franchise vote a certain way, and who gets the benefit for that. That's why. What the fuck? You're saying, we're trying to make legislation to set the fucking scale in our favor. Why are you guys upset? Like, what?
Hey, Louis,
Disenfranchised.
do you acknowledge that the 25th Amendment
Amendment
uses
now.
18
No more
and
fucking
uses
Fucking get passed, Dico.
I can't wait till this Michigan shit
Yeah,
comes
it's
up.
not getting passed, Dico.
No, it doesn't happen.
Do you acknowledge that the 25th Amendment uses the number 18 and uses requirement citizen? Why should you not?
I fucking hate you.
Shut up with the retardation.
Our knowledge just read the 25th Amendment, right? Where you point out 18 years old, and then at the end of it, it says American citizen or citizen.
I don't see any of that, for the record. I just looked up the 26th as well.
So then read it.
26 says the right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older vote shall not be denied by the United States or by any on the count of age.
Start over. Say it.
The right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age
Right of what?
to vote shall not.
Okay. Right of what?
Okay.
The right of
Wait. What do you think this amendment is concerning? The confirmation of citizenship or the establishment of age?
Both.
Fucking Hey, let me just let you know. You're wrong. Hey,
The verbiage is so weird. The verbiage
You're wrong. Right there.
The right
I'll just let you know something. You're wrong.
right of citizens.
Yeah, it says right of citizen. Like you just read it twice.
Yeah.
It says the right of citizens. That means that if you're 18 years old and you're not a
behind the amendment is adjusting the age, right?
For citizens, right?
It says
Yeah, because it's extraordinarily rare to even happen. Like you're putting it in a problem where there's no fucking problem, right?
This is
And then
crazy.
on top of that, you're disenfranchising. You're disenfranchising American.
Why do you think who wrote it put that verbiage in there, citizen? Why do you think that happened?
Wait, can I ask you something? Was it the case that citizens 20 let me ask you something. Was it the case that before this amendment non-citizens year age 21 could vote?
Answer my question first.
Was that fuzzy before?
Answer my question first.
Wait, was it unclear before whether non-citizens age 21 could vote prior to this amendment?
Ask that long ass question.
Oh.
Yeah, answer my question first.
Wait, what's your question?
Why do you think they put the verbiage in there for citizens above the age of 18? Why do you think that verbiage was very clear in the first sentence of the 20?
Because it's assumed that citizens, like whenever we're talking about voting rights, it's citizenship is something that is like assumed, like this is something that citizens take part in, right?
Yeah. So how do you?
Now you answer my question.
How do you know you're a citizen?
Was it unclear before this amendment whether a non-citizen age 21 could vote? Is that like up for grabs, or did we understand that yes, even before citizens, the age was 21, but like we still understood citizens had the right to vote, right? It wasn't unclear whether it was like, oh, do citizens vote? Do non-citizens vote? No, that's not what's in question. That's not what's being adjusted. It's the age, right?
According to you, before this came into act, a person should just be able to say, hey, I'm a citizen. Oh, here you go. Go ahead. Go right over here. According to you, before this happened, it was racist to ask for an ID. It was racist to ask them to prove citizenship. Before any of this happened, they should be able to come up and say, hey, buddy, I want to vote for this, pal. Oh, here you go, buddy. Vote for this, pal. I'm not your pal. I'm your buddy, eh? And anybody should be able to, for whoever they wanted under your ideology. I disagree. I think that the 26th Amendment stopped this from being the case. I think it said, hey, we need to find out who is voting. We can't just have random ass people saying, hey, I'm an American citizen, eh? I'm 18 years of age, eh?
How do you prove that you're 18 years old?
And then someone was like, hey, can I see your ID? And then another party was like, no, you can't ask for ID. That's just honest. You know how difficult.
Think about that.
Look,
think about that.
I just asked for you. Okay, I'm gonna go after you. I'm already calling.
And the other party was like,
I called him already.
I just called him.
I was before you.
And then the other party was like,
you're running on a delay,
and then the other party was like, you can't ask them that. And then the other party was like, you can't ask them that. You know how difficult an ID is to get? You can't do that. That's racist. You can't ask them to prove it.
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. It's a good.
I'll be quick.
You know you won't. I'll be quicker.
Come on.
I said, does this 26 have anything to do with proving citizenship? No. The 26th Amendment has nothing to do with proving citizenship. Its scope is very narrow and specific. It does only one thing. It prohibits denying the right to vote to citizens aged 18 years of age on account of age. That says nothing about how citizenship is proven.
We can body him right here, bro.
Provides who?
Where citizenship for voting comes from. Citizenship as a voting qualification is addressed elsewhere. That's the 14th, which defines who is a citizen.
You said
the 15th, 19th, and the 26th, which are amendments to prevent
non-citizen vote. Is that what you said?
I thought I let you finish, bro.
No. You said it prevents who to vote? Non-citizen?
Citizen, bro. Like, yes, but listen, did you hear the second part, bro? citizenship as a voting qualification is addressed elsewhere. What does that mean? That means that what does that mean? That means that the 26th Amendment has nothing to do with proving citizenship. And even the qualification for citizenship is not defined in the 26th Amendment. That's defined elsewhere in the Constitution. Right? So what does that mean? That means the 26th Amendment is only concerned with establishing an age and prohibiting states from denying anyone else who's a citizen which qualifications are defined elsewhere in the Constitution. Like it has nothing to do with establishing citizenship at all.
That's totally fine. All right, so let's point out.
Right.
Established in
you consent.
Come on. So let's just point this out.
Do you concede? Do you concede?
Damn it, shut up, bro. Do you think, Louis, that using this 26th Amendment here, that there should be a requirement, regardless of the financial inconvenience, that people prove that they are 18 years old by identification? Regardless of the impediments or the financial. Do you think that a person should prove that they're 18 years old, Louis?
Well, I didn't listen to I wasn't paying attention. All
right.
What did you say?
Due to your 26th Amendment reading, do you think, regardless of the financial constraints that they may place upon a person that's young in age, that an 18-year-old should be mandated to provide identification of 18 years old or more of age?
Wait, what?
Should an 18-year-old have to prove by purchasing an ID or purchasing some sort of a proof, regardless of the financial constraints, that they're 18?
No, I don't think that's no. I don't think.
I'm talking about the homeless of the homeless.
If you're asking me if the 26 defines that or describes that, no.
No. I'm saying that it says 18 by your reading, specifically 18. And I'm asking you, because it says an actual age, would you say it would be fair for them to have to prove it? So a 17-year-old doesn't vote, or a 16-year-old doesn't vote. Nowadays.
They already do that when you register.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So even though the financial constraints for a person that's obviously indigent, or a homeless person that's homeless, shut up, lady, homeless of homeless, to get this ID, you wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah, a homeless person has to buy this ID, $50. Something similar to the price range of knowledge purchasing passport cards for his children. $50. So they have to purchase it? Yeah, to vote. They got to prove they're 18, right? So they got to give this ID, this photo ID over. They're going to pay $50. Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I think that's an exorbitant amount. I don't think IDs typically cost that much. I'm pretty sure a license
it costs where in the hell does a license cost $20? What the fuck?
It's like 35 or something.
Yeah, like $30.
No.
20, $30.
All right, but you don't think
for 18 some more.
All right, but you don't think that people should have to pay to show? I think you should, me personally, right? I think, and I'll just offer this because you got body, but I do believe that people, if you want something, you should pay for it.
Sure. I think if you want an ID, I'm not sure if there are ways to get free IDs. But or if you have some sort of school ID or whatever, there are ways to prove that if I were to college, I guess college ID.
I want the right to deny any unlawful search or seizures. Where do I pay for that so I don't get unlawfully searched and seizured? Where do I do that? Hey, I'm under the belief that if you want something, you should pay for it. Let's just bring up rights, and let's just go with the Bill of Rights, and let's just read what Samoa's statement said, and be like, if you want this right, I think you should pay for it. And let's see how fucking stupid this sounds. Let's just do that. I think that's a great exercise.
I'm pretty sure anyone who has who's voting, they're providing some proof of like identity in the first place, right? Whether that's an ID, like you can't just like say, oh, like this is me, or you're gonna send something, or like you'll put in like I don't know, fucking social security, and
okay, birth certificate,
right? So that's
okay.
No, so by like just by registering, like there's a under like you've registered to vote, like you are like it's assumed that you're of age, you know what age you are, we have your social, we have your information. There's no need to provide ID.
Well, how do you know that somebody's providing you the right information, right? Because when people were talking,
register, Samoa.
hold on real quick, bro. No, when Bima was talking about how people were stealing people's identities, right?
Go ahead, bro. I'll math for you, though.
Yeah, bro, all you gotta do is relax. Come on, man. So when Bima was speaking, she said in her experience, people were kind of like using other people's identities, family, friends, whatever this was, right?
Good job,
kind of like,
on the Save Act.
Yeah. All right. So like when Bima was talking, she was like,
silent for like 5 minutes.
I think that was your connection, bro. All right, so when Bima was talking, she was talking about how in her experience, and that's fine. I think that could be her experience. But I did want to ask this question before you get out the way, right? Like I have a security system here at my house, but in my neighborhood, there's never been like something that I've known as like burglaries or robberies or anything like that, right? I have car insurance, but I've never actually like been like like in an accident or any of these types of things, right? You guys keep talking about like fraud as if the thing has to happen before you put up like actual security measures. And I'm just kind of wondering if you guys have fences, doors, security cameras, or anything like any of these things, and did you do it before, or did you have to wait till after you were victimized?
What the
fuck? That's the question.
All right, let me address what you're saying.
I'm asking the question on Louis real quick, bro.
Oh my God. Okay, bro. This is
Louis, and then Jessica, please. Do you only put up security after you even violated, like Incan, or did you do the security before you got violated, or before the potential violation?
You know that like doors nowadays are made out of like metals and woods, right? So you should like tread carefully.
Y'all know y'all both Chinese, right? Y'all know y'all both Chinese.
No, nigga. He is.
You too.
Nah, bro. Real talk, though, Samoa is
Come on, bro.
closer to modern day Asians than we are.
Listen.
You got the monolith, probably.
Listen.
Hey, yo, I don't want to change the room. I kind of want to address what Samoa's saying because I think it's kind of stupid. And we're going into analogy land and like things that aren't like congruent with what's being spoken about. Where he tries to get lost in the analogy.
That's the little Samoa.
Alright, look, just don't entertain it. Look, Samoa, let's just stand on this together. Don't entertain that. Just
Samoa, you should call that.
You often go to analogies. Listen, I'm gonna try to make this short, bro. You often go to analogies in order to get away from the actual topic and the problems that Tyler presents. Because in your analogy, what happens is that there's a contention against an action, and your analogy, instead of it being congruent with what's being talked about, instead of there being a reason not to do it, you actually have a reason to do it. So while we're talking about like adding voter ID and all the reasons not to do it, your analogy, right? You're so inclined to have a door, to have a fence for ease, convenience, privacy, etc. It's not even analogous to what we're talking about. And that just shows that you run to like situations to make you feel better in arguments. Right? There's lots of people. There's an extra step. There's an extra step that's happening, right? I'll give you an example. If you don't think these little extra steps, please, stop freaking out, dude. Oh, Samoa, let other people speak, Samoa.
Just tell me what I'm saying.
Can you just stop? Okay, I'll explain it to you one more time, bro. Okay, listen. Right now, we're talking about passing, like getting this extra step to vote, right? Cool. We have contention because of what could happen, right? So in your analogy, right, you present getting a door and getting a fence, right, as equal to it, right? Well, in one situation, there's contention. Who the fuck has contention of getting doors and fences?
Bro,
It's not like the fences and the doors are known to inhibit something that we really want, right? That's not the case, right? So you can't. No, you can't. You asked me to explain. I didn't invite you to take my time. You didn't get it the first time. I'm saying it the second time. Your analogy just gets away. So when people respond to your analogy, what they're actually doing
is that they're accepting a completely different argument, which you will then do scaffolding out of, right? You think that that's like some like intuitive trick, and it's like no one's ever done that before. Anyway, right? What we're saying is like, look, this extra step is unnecessary. Plus, it looks a little bit nefarious given the times that we're in. All that I hear is reasons of hypothetical reasons to do it, and no real data showing it. I brought an example about the fucking sun sending fucking muons and hitting an electronic chip that then changed the number, and the vote was off by hundreds of thousands, right? That seems reasonable to by hundreds or thousands, right? That seems reasonable to change, and they did. You can't provide me any evidence like that. And it's weird because the country that I'm talking about is vastly smaller than what America is. And they are addressing an issue with their voting system, and they're providing numbers on why they're doing it because of transparency. And you just can't seem to do that. All that you have is weird story talking to me about imagine your house had no door, and if your yard had no fences. Dude, what the fuck you're talking about? If you don't think that these little barriers stop people, right? Then you're just really naive, right? I'll give you an example. Credit cards can eliminate a tremendous amount of fraud if they use a PIN number like a debit card. Do you know why they do not do that, Samoa? Because they did the math and they realized that when people put in numbers, it deters them, right? Not to a great degree, but enough to the point where people will fall more into debt and they will get more interest payments than if they, even if they have to pay fraud charges, right? So when somebody says fraud and somebody uses a credit card, even if they pay off, that'll be more beneficial for them. They'll make more money at the end of the day with a little bit of fraud and less security for the customer.
That minute barrier to entry.
Just by that minute little thing, right? Knowledge wants to
barriers about the candidates. About the candidates.
Isn't it so weird? I get attacked for bringing up data, but what should I do? Should I bring up something else? Imagine somebody comes to the house with a gun and says, "Do you want to die? No, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My
people don't vote because they don't care to vote.
Yeah. Let's make everything one-dimensional. Yes, I can only have one thought at a time. Everything's one-dimensional. Yeah, sure, buddy. You want to live in that world? You live in that world. Obviously, this is not a conversation around it. You can see yourself out of the conversation. Anyway, like I was saying, voter ID is an unnecessary step. And why do it unnecessary? There is no data to show that. You're going to make an argument about a hypothetical, right? And then when we compare it to other reasonable changes that other countries have made, you're going to just have a lack of evidence, right? Then you're going to try to tell me how it's not a big fucking. And so when we bring up a bunch of data showing how minute things do make a change, how we shouldn't disenfranchise people, or how we should actually encourage to vote, not discourage people to vote. And if your side is so great and so amazing for the American people, you stand the most benefit out of all of this. So why the fuck is it that you're adding extra steps that's just gonna stop people from voting? Statistically, what's up with that? You're gonna be it's $250, right? And that's all you have, right? Just trying to beg the question, make some hypothetical about do you want a house with no doors? Fucking type shit. And then trying to tell me how a homeless you have to get a license to drive a car. Oh no, it's a right to drive the car. This is just stupid. This is cringe. This is acceptable here because there's obviously people who are motivated reasons. But if you make this analogous to any other conversation where you say I have no weapons, I only have hypotheticals, and I just have bad analogies, get the fuck out of here.
Well, let me just show you how little people just don't understand multi-threaded dialogue. So I addressed two different types of people here. One was Louis, he had a different argument. One was Bima, she kind of had more of an even keel. What this dumbass did was he mixed up the responses on who they were to. What a fucking idiot, bro.
No, say the word. Say the word.
Hey, wait. Dummy.
Dummy, yeah.
So there was two things that people were talking about. One, Eakin, cost on how this would affect people.
A pillar of the critical thinking community.
Shut the fuck up. Come on, man.
The cost represents.
All right, come on, Louis. Just I can just show how dumb he was, right? So there's one side where they say, hey, this could be unfortunate. There could be a cost that's attached to this, and we should have a right. The cost shouldn't exist. So then we said, all right, cool. let's just focus on like the things that we're already paying for, and we'll just add another requirement to that, like a driver's license. If somebody were to say, hey, you have to prove citizenship for a driver's license, then a driver's license would actually like fulfill like the actual requirement without there being an extra cost. So that's one problem. We'll put that on the side. Then there is another thing here that Incan isn't like really understanding. When people say there's no fraud, there's no fraud, there's no fraud. Cool. Response to that. Does there have to be a burglary or a robbery like in your area, or do you have to be victimized before you finally do something? Or do you do things preventative?
It's the bad analogy again. Do people take cancer treatments just in case they might get cancer? Do people go to chemo with no cancer diagnosis just in case they might have cancer?
All you gotta do is shut the fuck up.
My bad. But all I'm saying is,
bro, I'm not even. Bro, what is going on?
I feel like you're proposing that analogy like there's no real answer to it, and there is.
I'm only, just real quick, I'm only pointing out how this dumbass mixed things up, and for some reason went on this 3-minute tirade about absolutely fucking nothing. And I said, hey, bro, let me stop you before you waste all of our fucking time. But he wanted to do it anyways. So I'm pointing out that there's 2 different threads here, and his dumbass couldn't see that. Mr. Critical Thinker, trying to take a shot at Red Rum, the anti-Semite. But whatever, we can get past that. I'm saying that this dumbass I'm saying that this dumbass isn't tracking the conversation, okay? The analogy
are like good boys, okay?
The analogy that was provided for why you would do things preventatively is to the argument of there's no fraud. And then the argument to, hey, we could just add a requirement to state ID is for the line of threat of what you were talking about as far as an impediment of cost. So these things don't belong mixed together. But this dumbass right here with 3 foot tall couldn't tell the difference. And that's the only point that I'm making, right?
Now listen, the voter ID and your like look.
He doesn't know what's going on. He's not
I know the case. Look. You're just a broken
no, you
record.
don't.
You're just a broken
record.
It's the script. It's just a script off this.
You're saying that yes, it does stand to disenfranchise Americans.
No, I'm offering a solution to both of the worries on both of these sides here. Like as far as like the first one, the cost, we could just graft it into things that we already paid for, licenses. We said it was $20, $30, $45 for a driver's license, whatever you are at 45 where I'm at, right? And then for the second one, we can clearly say, hey, oh yeah, this is a good one right here. Like
how long do you say Apple would implement
the idea, just hold on. The idea that fraud exists would deter people from trusting the system. Let me give you an example, just really quickly, I got the way. So if you look at
Trump saying
just like, bro, like if you look at the Strait of Hormuz right now, right?
Okay.
The reason why the tankers aren't moving to the Strait of Hormuz isn't because there's an imminent threat there. It's because that there is a potential threat there.
That's not what Trump said.
Just relax, lady. We're talking about.
He said Iranians are shooting at him and said that do that, then it would be open.
Lady.
Maybe they're potential.
You guys just shut up, bro. I'm talking specifically about the things that were being talked about.
You're talking about public trust in the system. Who has eroded that trust?
All I need is 30 seconds, bro.
Donald Trump. No basis.
All I need is 30 seconds. Come on, man. All I need is 30 seconds, bro.
Trust in that
system
because of him in the first place.
Hold on, man. So when people say, just shut the fuck up, but come on. So when people say there's mining in the strait, right? There's never been a ship in the last 18 days that's been hit by a mine, right? But because that's a possibility, the tankers are making a decision we're not even going to find out. So they're just going to stay away from the strait. But both sides have said there's no mines that are there. Both sides have said this, right? The Iranian side and the American side. So because of that, you can clearly see there's no flow. And what I'm saying is if there is an idea that fraud happens to exist, you would put up certain parameters so that people could trust that when their vote is cast, their vote would count. Even if it doesn't even, even if it's not there, it's going to get people to go out, oh shit, my voice counts, let's run it. But this guy Incan isn't providing any reason why these two options that we're giving you is
there's a shitload of reasons why.
You're just saying that we're going to have like citizenship will be a requirement for a license then?
Yes, like
that's an ineffective solution. What about like the
why?
Because there's so many like workers who like in the United States who contribute to our economy that
the undocumented people.
No. Non-citizens. Like non-citizens. Like people here on asylum who work, right? People who here have
legal documentation. Put like a certain moniker
folks who have legal documentation. Like folks who have legal documentation who work in like, let's say they're working with the Department of Transportation.
Yeah, give them a blue ID. Right? Yeah, give them a blue ID. And Americans would have like a greenish ID. Yeah, sounds good. Pretty clear. Anybody who offered the citizenship requirement.
Okay. All right, that's
green ID.
That's different than making citizenship required.
Don't you have to register to vote?
Yeah.
Well, when you register to vote, do they ask you if you're a citizen?
No.
You provide your information.
No, they don't.
California, Washington, Oregon,
Florida. No. They've never asked me.
No. That's why they got sued, because they just attached like the DMV and just started registering people. Like there was like 200,000 people before like 89 or something like that. In Arizona, like there was a big ass suit there, about 200,000, because that was their specific process in Arizona. A lot of people like to think America is super organized, but the chaos is there for a purpose. If it was organized, you wouldn't be able to exploit it.
You haven't proven that like it's being exploited at this rate that's like considerable.
Bro, the fact that there's one, it means one vote doesn't count.
Wait, do you think that even with these measures that you're thinking of, that one won't get through?
No, the fact that there is one. Wait, do you gotta wait to see multiple cockroaches, or do you take care of the issue when you see one?
No, but you also are disenfranchising 21 million Americans.
You don't explode your house, right? You don't
you call the exterminator.
And both of those get rid of the cockroaches, right?
Wait, but it's cheaper if it's one.
What?
Yeah, it's cheaper if it's one or if it's an infestation.
Right. In this analogy, getting an exterminator is more a measured, level-headed fucking voter legislation.
Yeah.
Voter protection legislation.
Did we go into a moment?
Voter ID is not that.
Bro,
yeah,
what does the exterminator do, bro?
It's so sad.
The exterminator eliminates the problem, or they eliminate the problem, or they terminate the problem, and then they provide you like
you've already
a structured plan on how to make sure this doesn't happen again.
You can't beat him in his own analogies.
Bro, you already lost.
I literally just did it.
If you trap him,
and now you moved the goalpost 3 more fucking times to try to get him, and you didn't. So stop. You got the hell.
We asked Jessica, what is when she won?
No, Jessica,
can we ask Jessica, what does moving the goalpost mean? Can you tell me exactly how that happened?
Pointing out the obvious. Listen, Samoa. I called it out.
You already lost already.
You know, bro.
Can you tell me about the goalpost, please?
Look, you went to
Yo, can someone mute Lincoln, bro? That nigga been talking this whole fucking time, bro.
You lost already.
It's inconsiderate.
You gotta stop trolling, bro. You gotta stop trolling.
Bro, you been running your footballers this whole goddamn time, bro. That shit crazy. I just came back. I left you talking.
Great point, Lala.
Real quick before I lose this thought, with your exterminator, you're saying, do I have to see? Shouldn't it just take one cockroach before I call an exterminator? I'd have to see like the whole nest. I'm like, all right, fair enough, but how do we deal with that cockroach issue, right? Do we incinerate our house down? That would solve the issue of cockroaches, but that also destroys our house, right?
No, wait, no. So you said there's not enough cockroaches to justify calling an exterminator. I'm saying
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
when you talk about fraud, you say that there's a negligible amount of fraud. It doesn't rise.
All right, that's one point, right? That's a separate point.
Then I use the cockroach.
Okay, but wait. That's the first point, Samoa, that you just said. Yes, I did say there has to be proven that it's considerable, right? That's one point.
Okay.
The second point is, let's say I'm operating with you guys, that it's an issue, right? If it's an issue, the solution to that issue shouldn't be we burn our house down. It should be.
Wait, what do you mean burn the house down? Like what?
Burn the house down. Burn the house down represents. Burn the house down represents legislation, some sort of reform that stands to alienate Americans.
Wait, no. I'm saying that if the
cockroach burn the house down in this analogy.
Wait, hold on. If the cockroach got into the house through one entry point, it would
We're not argue about the equivalence of the analogy.
But that's not true, Samoa. That's not the problem. It literally says that it's not the problem, and that the SAVE Act is
we're trying to work with the analogy.
No, the analogy sucks. All you're trying to monopolize what
you and I
your action means in the analogy. And
when you should call the exterminator, right?
Go ahead.
And I'm saying that if you find the entry point of the cockroach, right, you would close the entry point. And if the cockroach got there because of vulnerabilities within, like, your requirements to vote, then that's something that you should be paying attention to immediately. You don't have to wait for
we'll keep the analogy going. Cockroaches come from there's not like a specific entry point. It comes from like the
Well, you ask the exterminator. The exterminator's like right here, bro.
The point is there's not one way you can patch every single possible hole in your house, right? So like there's certain things you would have to get a fumigator, maybe like set some chemicals there that deter cockroaches or whatever, right? This is measured legislation, measured voting legislation that protects our voting process, right? Like in this scenario, I'm agreeing that I'm granting you, let's say it's an issue, right? Let's operate there, but the solution can't just be, like those 20 million Americans that can't like fuck their rights. It can't be that, right?
No,
it has to be some sort of balance.
This is horrible.
How is
That's
that
crazy. 160 million people voting, or like pretty close to 150 million people voting.
Wait, so everybody, those 20 million are
no, hold on. It's like when you look at Georgia, just to use as a case study, this was the law that Kemp signed in 2022. This was the one that was supposed to be Jim Crow 2.0 that everybody was like saber rattling about, right? Was there turnout less or more from 2024 to 2022 or 22?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, so in Georgia, they did a voter ID requirement. They removed signatures. This was the law that everybody was saying was Jim Crow 2.0. And what I'm asking is, from 2020 to 2024, did the amount of people voting go up or go down because of this requirement that everybody have voter ID? It went up. Did it go down?
Wait. In what community?
Georgia. Overall, all people in Georgia, they had a bigger turnout in 2024, or about equal, whatever.
I feel like a more
what you're saying, that means that.
I think to prove the point you're trying to prove with that statistic, it needs to be more of a comprehensive breakdown of like those votes, like what communities
why would we do that when it's a retarded analogy?
Didn't and so on and so forth. I don't think just like the fact that it jumped a few percentage points. Like I'm not sure that's the point that you're saying. Well, it doesn't disenfranchise people.
Louis, let me ask you a different question. What do you think should be the requirements, though? What do you think? Just showing up, just saying, "Hey, I'm X." I mean, what if you were the president? What would be your requirements?
Yeah, some voter ID.
Wait, so you agree with voter ID?
No, I'm fucking joking.
You got him so good, bro. You got him so good. All right.
What would be your minimum requirements to vote?
Citizenship verification, the least amount of
Louis, what would be you're the president of the United States. What would be your minimum requirement to vote for the election?
Shit.
It's a hypothetical world. You can do whatever.
by minimum requirement?
Yes. And the world that you live in, what would you require people to prove their citizenship? Like you said, it's the amendment. That's
how would I require them to prove their citizenship?
You read it.
I would just have some sort of database of like all citizens and like their socials, right? Make sure they're like identifiable by like, this person has this ID that's like unique to them.
You said ID.
Yeah, social security or some sort of.
No, you said ID. You agree with ID then? ID verification.
No. Well, ID verification.
Yeah, social security card isn't an ID, bro. It says it on there.
Oh yeah. But like, you said, it does say.
What would be your minimum?
Yeah.
What would be your minimum requirement if you were?
I would just say, well, I would never go
Yeah.
Oh, if you're
Let Louis answer. Come on, man, no. Let Louis answer. I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, Louis. What would be your requirement as a president of the free world? What would be your requirement for people to vote? And yeah, I think it's a no for me. All right.
There you go. That's how you should explain him. Hey, what's your answer to the problem? He doesn't have an answer to the problem.
Wait, can you guys not hear me?
No,
nigga, we heard you die. We heard you die.
Hello?
No, we didn't hear you, Louis. These guys want to fucking play with you like that.
I like that troll, though. Can you hear me?
We still can't hear you.
He's gonna pretend he's talking right now. Yeah, look at that.
No, like he's been having trouble mic all day.
That's the thing. Don't get captain.
Look, he don't want to be safe.
Listen, I'm gonna go hard for people who care about people, y'all.
Don't say that.
Who said they didn't care about people?
He don't want to be
Samoa.
No, you're good now.
Should I go on, Nathan?
Louis, that's what happens when you get put in the blender. You got reduced to absurdity.
I'm just saying, Jessica, you don't want to be saved. Don't say them.
Nathan, how are you? It's been so long.
Oh, I'm good. Who's that?
That's good. It's Lala.
Oh, Lala from way back then?
Is Nathan still talking, bro? I got off the phone.
I'll say what up to Nathan, but not knowledge. You know what? All right. That's good. It's cool.
Hi, everybody. I don't remember. I remember Nathan. Everybody.
I used to always shout out Lala. Lala. Last time we spoke was like right before the election.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty cool. Yeah. I just got done. I was actually just going to tell people, everybody, go get your social science humanities or degree. They're paying people out the ass. I just got done with a 6-month contract role as a policy analyst. And it's yeah, I didn't even have to show whole.
You finished school already?
No, I mean, I have 2 master's degrees, but it's the most money I've made in 6 months not showing whole. And it's been great.
Y'all notice how Louis still quiet? He's gonna be like, wait, y'all don't hear me? Y'all don't hear me?
Bro, you let your voice tomorrow get packed up, bro. I'm never gonna let him forget that shit.
Can y'all not hear me? For real? My shit fucking up.
Now I can hear you.
You've been on mute the whole time. Well, I said it already. Like, sort of,
no,
like,
bro,
like,
you were muted the whole time you were muted. Or we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, like, just...
His mic went out. His mic's going out.
Whether, like, that's like people...
Yo, it's your mic. Yo, Louis, so he's gonna...
What kind of mic are you using?
Yo, I'm talking into my phone, yo. It's not,
okay.
I don't even know.
Everybody try to mute up.
No,
everybody was muted.
I don't know what's going on. This actually pissing me off.
It's working now.
Really? No.
Right now it is.
It might be
right now.
internet connection.
I was talking about...
Hey, Miss Fifi. But yeah, like if you're saying if I was the president, I'd probably have like, an established database of like all our citizens, whether that they were born here or like they were naturalized. I mean, it'd probably be easier to like gather like naturalization records, right? Like, but yeah, like, yeah, I just have a database, and when we register, but yeah, when we register, there you put in your like your social, all that good stuff, and like it comes up whether you're good to go or not, right? And like I don't know.
I want to make sure I get your answer. So all they gotta do is go to a place and give them a social.
No, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. He just said yes.
Social.
That's what registering is.
Oh my God! No, I'll tell you what. This is back. I'll tell you that. So I know a lot of those people. Where what happens in the hood, Jessica? I don't blame you. But yes, people use people's socials. According to Louis' worldview, all I have to do is go to a place and say, "This is my social." And so I don't think you know how many socials are unused yearly. It's a large amount of socials that are unused yearly. A lot of them are homeless people. A lot of them are deceased people. But yes, his argument is all I got to do is go up and say, "Hey, this is my social." That's a terrible way to verify. That's a terrible way to verify. That's a terrible way to verify.
Right.
That's a terrible way to verify.
It's a
terrible way to verify. That's a terrible way to verify. No, Stephen, where you been? That's a terrible way to verify something that doesn't get.
No, so again, like I said, like during the registration process, like you know, so there should be some sort of way to independently verify, a person is indeed the person that like they're presenting the Social Security as.
Well, I disagree. You think the person doing the voluntary service behind that little tiny desk is gonna say, "Hey, you don't look like the picture that I identify you as with"?
Why not?
Yeah, they should.
It doesn't happen. That's the issue.
You don't think you just use machines like they use at fucking
I want you to hear something.
It's my turn to go.
In Omni's worldview, all you gotta do is show up and say, "Hey, this is my social."
No, I believe.
That's it.
I believe.
Nothing else. No passport, no identification. Just say, "Hey, this is my social." That's it.
You have to be able to show connection to Israel in order to vote. You have to
create some sort of database that has like people who are voted, and like this is like that excludes folks who've like been incarcerated. Like if you've been incarcerated or you have a felony that disqualifies you, you'll like it says so in this database. Like it has every like updated picture of you or like the most recent picture. So like it's not so it's independent of any information that you have to provide. That's
what? Wait, are you telling me?
Just draw them.
As long as I provide a social security that is clean, that doesn't background history, because that's the only way that they're able to identify you. I don't know if you know this story, but if they ask you for your social security, they're not going to know what you look like. Unless you have some sort of criminal.
Unless there's
so all you're saying,
are you misunderstanding me on purpose? Why are you doing that?
That's why you had to get.
You're not even saying what I'm saying.
Can I ask a question pertaining to the topic?
So all you're saying is something like, if you have a criminal history, and then it should pull up in the premium database of your social security, I think that should be a good measurement. No, that's not the reason why we ask for your ID with your signature and maybe ask a question like, is this your current address? Is to make sure that you are a voter, the voter that is registered. But you're saying, no, you can't ask someone for ID. That's racist. Some people can't afford ID. That's a terrible.
I didn't say any of that, but thanks for playing, bro.
Can I ask a
All
question?
Nathan and Alex do, bro.
If you can't
Look
afford
at
ID,
the PTR, bro.
I'm just gonna ask the question. Those who support voter ID, do you support like IDs being accessible and free to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Everybody does.
Oh, then yes, I mean,
Yo, and Lala, I already conceded. I said, yo, if it were the case, and mind you, I said Social Security because that's a free document. I pay for a Social Security card. It's free to get one. It's free to replace it. So
They're just being Trump tards and want to pass the SAVE Act, Lala. That's the Congress. That's the
we all said
they want to run that Trump hit right up their ass.
every Trump
benefits liberals and Democrats more, right?
Every Trump tard.
I want you to keep repeating that.
No, you didn't, Trump. Oh, fuck, I cut out, didn't I? Wait, where did I cut out? Where did I cut out?
We didn't hear anything you said. Like, if you were
talking, I'll just start over. Lala, I agree with that, and I already conceded that if it were the case that the process by which you're verifying your citizenship is a free identification card, I'll have at it. That's great. I already said that, but it is the case that these are documents like ID, a passport. There are costs to these documents that present a barrier to entry. I never said anything about racist.
Wait, does it say that require a real ID?
Disenfranchising poor people. That's what I said. Have that, take that how you will, the demographics.
Well, I mean, I agree with the thing is, and I don't know if people agree with it. I'm just gonna say that, the SAVE Act, if we're really looking at how things and who has these documents or more likely are to have these documents, it is Democrats and liberals. So I don't, that's what I posted in the chat. I said, I think at this point, we don't really realize the other side is obsessed with passing legislation that benefits the other side, which is, I find very ironic.
Right. And my point was that the SAVE Act masquerades as this piece of protective legislation, but it's not. I think there are better ideas and better ways to ensure that our voting process is secure, that doesn't disenfranchise Americans. 20 million people stand.
Keep cutting out.
Hey, Louis. Do you see knowledges in Nathan's PTR? Now, you know the argument that I made, and what I was pointing out to, bro. They be doing this shit all the time, bro. Those two PTRs are a microcosm of how they argue, bro. It's very obvious what we're saying.
That's exactly how they argue. The funny thing about what Eakin just did is he asked someone named Omni Tether. And if you look at Omni Tether's PTR, that is definitionally racist. He's asking someone.
How is that racist? How is that racist? You tell me how that's racist.
How is this racist?
Can you explain to me how this is racist? That has the face of a president with a freaking stereotypical Jewish look on him. He's asking.
Where's the racism?
So only non-racist people.
Hold on. He's asking someone who has every racial stereotype. Do you see what these racist people are doing?
I never see what these racist people are doing.
What you guys are doing.
You see how he tries to immediately try to change it up?
My PTR is based and hilarious. Your guys is you guys really need to check yourself. Especially you, Nathan. What are you doing? Minstrel charactering Will Smith?
I'm telling you, bro.
The great Willard Smith, and his name is Willard for the record.
I'm just telling you, bro. That's how they argue, man. I don't know why, but they usually look. The reason why it's kind of falling flat on its face, the cheerleading squad is gone. Now it's just Nathan's not there. Just not working out. Honestly, to be fair, Mike should have kind of contributed a bit more, all right?
That's on Mike.
Well,
No, I was at work though. I did a little bit.
I know. That's why like knowledge is like losing steam. And we got him saying every Trump card like 50 times.
I'm a Trump card. Hey, does the SAVE Act require like a real ID?
No, a real ID. A real ID is not sufficient. I don't know if anyone can even hear me, but no, it's not sufficient.
Oh, you mean like the actual real ID, like the fucking like
the actual, there's a category real ID.
Yeah.
Like,
real ID is not sufficient because real ID does not designate citizenship on the real ID.
Right, yeah.
It does, because you have to prove that you have a birth certificate. And
yeah. You have to use a birth certificate.
Yeah.
So if you want to get one, you have to use a birth certificate.
That's not how it. Okay, guys. Just saying.
So I already looked it up.
Contract the policy analyst.
I know, Mike. I looked it up while you were asking that question. That's funny.
Yeah.
I look it up.
What does it say?
I already knew, but I didn't even have to look it up.
It says no.
It says no.
Yeah, so anybody with a fucking driver's license. Yeah. So like, I was wondering, but I thought there's no way they're arguing this hard over fucking disenfranchises and that, but I was like, hold on here.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't have a birth certificate, Mike.
You don't need one. You need a fucking ID.
Not for a real ID.
That's what it says.
You need to read it now. Read it now. Read it for these dummies. Read it for the dummies.
I had to read it. I have a real ID.
Read it for the dummies.
And my divorce certificate. And my new marriage certificate just to prove that I'm a
Bottom line. SAFE Act does not simply require a real ID.
No, or a passport. It's one or the other. They both require a birth certificate.
Listen to what he's gonna say. Listen.
Some proof of citizenship, and a real ID is not what's required to prove that. You can use IDs. You can use.
So he said one more time when you put out.
You can use IDs to prove citizenship. It says in most. I want to hear this. I want you to hear this. In most states, including Florida, a real ID would not be enough on its own. It says you may need something like naturalization, like birth, like in U.S., but it says
what though? Like a U.S. what? Like a United States?
It's the same word.
You just read the whole thing. You read the whole thing.
This part. This is.
Oh my God! I selected reading.
I knew you were gonna hang on that. It says enhanced.
Yo, what the fuck? You wanted him to hang on it.
Enhanced ID.
That's a factor of
Enhanced IDs that qualify, and even those that are limited, only require quote unquote not real IDs.
Real ID. Do you understand what's being said?
Is that changing?
License is not enough to prove it.
The SAVE Act requires individuals to prove documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote and requires photo identification to vote in federal elections. Accepted documents would include a U.S. passport, something roughly half the Americans don't have, or a driver's license paired with a birth certificate or adoption.
Oh, that's so hard to get. We don't have that, do we?
It is.
Get the fuck out of here. Everybody fucking has access to their
Move out the way. I went through this.
And the birth certificate.
Move out the way. I went through this. Listen, I've been SF-86.
Dad, you guys are like so desperate to cry about something.
I got an SF-86, sir. How can I say
If you can't have a birth certificate, who the fuck said it?
All right, listen. Did you go through this knowledge? Did you go through this knowledge?
Yes, I did. When I got my driver's license, look.
Okay, go ahead.
When I got my driver's license, they asked me for proof of the address of where I live. They asked me for proof of where I was born, and they asked me for like some some sort of bill.
You're not even responding to what I'm saying, Knowledge. Where the fuck are you?
Basic requirement.
Okay, yes, no one is saying it's not, bro.
This was 18 years ago. It was.
Hey yo, bro, are you okay? You okay? Cool. So like, that's not at all what I was responding to. Mike's saying like, you're an illegal immigrant. Listen, I have an SF-86, right? Clearly, I'm not an illegal immigrant. Okay. Clearly, my government trusts me, right? Clearly, right, to a certain degree, right, more than the average citizen. Cool. Listen, you know how hard it is. Like, let's say that you don't have your birth certificate, that you're a naturalized citizen. Let's say that your like mother was a citizen, and that's how you got your citizenship, right? And you don't have your birth certificate. You know what you have to do to get that? You have to go to the embassy. You have to go request that. You have to go through a process. Look up the process of getting your birth certificate if you lose it. You're going to have to fill like an NHS. That's for the United States, by the way.
I've already done it. It's not that hard at all.
Yeah. I'm giving you examples of how long people have to wait to run. And how much it costs, right? I'm giving you an example. Hey, you're saying, no, it's easy. There's no problem to it. I'm giving you the issue that I ran into, right? As a non-illegal immigrant, right? So your response is going to be like,
did you do it?
That's not true.
Did you do it?
Yo, it's crazy.
Did you get it done, Deacon?
Yes.
Did you get it
How
done?
long it took me to get it done?
How long?
You know why I got it done?
How long?
It took me it took me almost like almost a year to get that shit done, bro. It's not easy getting a birth certificate from embassies, dude. Oh my god. By the way. Everybody I was motivated. By the way, I was motivated.
Talk, y'all, please. We're fucking exhausted.
I'm saying I got my birth
She's still a
certificate from
person,
an
Mike.
embassy.
She's still a person.
And that's fine. I'm actually
Let me just
very much.
I'm
actually a policy analyst.
Deacon wasn't even done.
Yeah. I just want to finish this meeting.
And she's a
Just because
policy
he's not a full
analyst.
citizen doesn't mean he can't have a
Shut
full
up, y'all,
conversation.
for like 5 seconds.
So
Go ahead, Deacon.
the thing
Jesus
that's
Christ, bro.
the thing. Can you all hear me?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure. Can y'all hear me?
Jessica just stole
You know
your
what?
turn,
Fuck it, bro. Bring voter ID,
After she
bro.
found out your citizenship, she just ran you over. That's fucked up, Jessica.
Anyway, can y'all hear me or no? Or is my mic fucked up?
Yeah, no, you sound
No, they're just being disrespectful.
I just know. No, that's fine. I know how these work. I love the chaos. But this is the thing. If you're a naturalized, I'm a naturalized citizen myself. If you're a naturalized citizen and you are trying to get your birth certificate, wouldn't fucking matter because it doesn't show you were born in America. You need to have an American birth certificate for it to work. If you're a naturalized citizen, you can use your parents' documents or your own naturalization documents for proof of citizenship. This is why I keep saying the SAVE Act, actually, if it's applied in states, this is the problem. The problem is more so implementation, how the federal government wants to actually implement it and make maybe more states under more scrutiny than other states. That's the issue. But if we're really being realistic, I don't know any fucking immigrant in this country that doesn't get their papers and doesn't hold on to them like dear fucking life. We love that shit, right? We always keep our papers. If we don't already get a passport, most naturalized citizens get passports. This is why I keep saying the SAVE Act actually benefits Democrats more than we actually keep thinking, and actually making voting, quote unquote, more accessible. In the recent years, within the past 5 years, we found out that it actually benefits Republicans more because a lot of them don't have access to these things, right? They don't have access to original or certified copies of their birth certificates. A lot of Republicans just don't. That's the reality of it, right? People who travel outside of America, people who were born in America or keep their original birth certificates, that's not going to be an issue. It's also not going to be an issue for naturalized citizens. It's going to be an issue for mostly poor folks who may not be able to get certain documents, such as their birth certificate, showing that they were born in America. And that's mostly going to affect a lot of people in the South.
I made that great in the room.
Yeah, I did, bro. I would respond to what I said, like I'm judging like cost analysis basis. Plus, I just like shot myself up with CMATs, and I just don't have that fight in me anymore, bro.
Even if disenfranchisement stands to benefit Democrats, I'm against it.
That's the whole point. I'm against it. I think the democratic process should include as many Americans as possible, as many Americans who can vote as possible. That's a system that is most representative of its population is a system that includes as much of its population.
So when you were talking about your database idea, when you were like, hey, they would have to do this, would they have to require any type of ID to showcase who they are?
Just like some picture, like a picture, maybe like you go take your government picture. Maybe it's a thing where I gotta go take my there's a mandated you take your official picture, that's gonna be linked to your account on the database, so we just have it
Somebody
updated.
came up to you and said, hey Louis, can I put in the database? Here's my birth certificate and here's my California driver's license. Would that work?
You could bring whatever documentation you want to further verify if you like, but the idea behind my thing would be all that it would be independent of anything you have to give to me. I would know, you just give me your social security, I can see that it's you, and I verify, okay, this is the person, this is indeed the person.
How do you see it's you?
Your signature. We already went over that.
So I guess so your signature, your presence, verify your face, your presence to the face.
When you register, then you get it in.
They're gonna look at your face and then they're gonna look at the face they have, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to steal out your position, and I do want to ask one question.
Just like any other place, right? That's how we
verify. Usually what they do is they look at an ID and then they look at your face, right?
Yes.
And when you grow, and then as you grow, you change, right?
Wait, am I not explaining that? I'm explaining.
Not really. That's why.
In my universe, for the hypothetical that I was asked about, there exists a government database of all citizens.
Yeah, like the fucking DMV, right?
Right.
Okay, and you pay for an ID, right?
What?
Huh?
Yeah, you pay for an ID. Yeah, sure.
Is that disenfranchising?
No, but that's not what I'm talking about.
So right now it just says, hey, look, you need ID and birth certificate. Is that a form of disenfranchising people?
First of all, I already said I think ID should be free. So I think it's wrong that if we're going to use some sort of verification method, if it must be our IDs, then make them free.
Or make the hours of operation better so you can take time off work. That's actually the bigger limiting factor. People can't take time off work for the short little period that these offices are open to renew or schedule their ID in the first place.
100%. What if you were to pay for it and then they refund it with your taxes? Would that count?
Sure, I guess. Yo, can I take a shot at this? And I don't know what the fuck happened. I know what the fuck happened. I took an energy drink.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. You said my name?
He can hear you now.
It was the peptides, man.
Yeah, I think it is. Because,
it's crazy. I used to model peptides in a computer simulation. Here you are talking about them. That was 10 years ago. It's fucking wild.
It's crazy. Yo, so look, I think what all that Louis is saying is look, adding steps, you're starting from zero on both steps, and you're trying to say, because we already have a way of getting an ID, it doesn't and you're okay with that. Now, it's not a problem to do that again, right? Because you would be recognizing that this would be another step in doing it. Louis is saying, look, taking these extra steps are going to inevitably, statistically, make present enough issues, even if you don't think that they're that big of an issue, right? And you could think, oh, well, if somebody's not willing to do that, they shouldn't vote, right? That's going to be your assessment of it, right? But nevertheless, it's going to stop people from voting, right? This extra step is going to stop some people. And that's what Louis is against, right? Simple. Did you have an idea of how much fraud? I think it's 30% of credit card fraud could be prevented or even greater if credit cards had a PIN number. But you know why they don't do that, Mike? Because they ran the numbers. And they realize that even if they pay for all those fraudulent charges, if they were to put a PIN card, what would happen is that would deter you from using your credit card, right? To the point where they make more profit by making it easier. That's that much easier for you to swipe your credit card and
and make money off the interest payments, even if they have to pay
with my credit card and then ask me for a pin.
So yeah, but that's only very specific situation. That's only like specific situations. Come on, man.
He's highlighting the seemingly inconsequential action of just being able to swipe your card and walk away from the pin pad. That's crazy. That's idiocracy. The small barrier of not having to type in those 4 digits actually it is a barrier. It is a barrier that exists, and having that a barrier not there, it's more people are going to maybe swipe impulsively, right?
Yeah, and what we can do right now, we can do one or two things right now at this point where I've mentioned this fact. Oh, that is a reality that does happen, and that people that are interested in making money, right, recognize that, and so therefore they rather pay the fraudulent charges when people have chargebacks, and so people can keep on making money, right? Or we could just talk about put zeros your PIN number, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, right? But if you have that conversation of how it's done, that's not addressing the point. That's what I'm trying to say. Having the conversation about how easy or how little it costs doesn't address the point that there's an extra barrier, right? Which is always a game. So all these conversations about XYZ, it's not that difficult, homeless people, whatever. It's just talking about okay, cool. Well, if somebody can't put their PIN number for a credit card, that's just lazy. Yada yada yada. What we're doing is not recognizing.
When they argue that, they're already conceding that there is a barrier.
Exactly. That's what's wrong about this conversation. We move from hey, look here, and the conversation then goes on the qualifications.
The idea of conceding to an additional barrier as if that's a point, that's what they want. More barriers equal more security. That's the argument for the other side. You guys are saying the extra security. You're saying the extra security is irrelevant because it's not that big of a deal and it's going to cause more harm than it is. Look,
I'm saying the extra security is counterintuitive if it comes at the cost of this.
That's what I just said. I understand what you're saying.
Why not get fingered?
I'm not saying that the security isn't important. It seems like how you're characterizing it, you're making I'm saying, security is it's not that important. I'm not saying it is, but if we must implement legislation for security, I'm for that. But let it be legislation that's that makes sense, that doesn't alienate a large demographic of people from voting.
How did you determine it was large? How did you determine that?
Because it's simple.
Well, it's around 20 million people right now. If you were to ask them to...
Your mic just cut out, Louie.
Yeah, I can figure out what he said. 20 million.
Your mic cut out right in the middle after you said 20 million.
Oh, really? Fuck.
No, I thought we said 20 million right now would be disadvantaged. We wouldn't be able to.
Wait. No, let me be clear. 20 million Americans right now, right? If you were to ask them to provide proof of citizenship, they couldn't do it. They'd have to go out and get that.
I just want to point out that Lala also left because she never got a chance, or maybe we're just beating this dead horse to death. Samoa Knowledge got cooked on the SAVE Act. You're fucking bad people. Don't vote for it.
Please figure out the seasoning epidemic.
Move the fuck on to the next topic.
Yeah, figure out the seasoning epidemic.
I used to think this voting thing was inconsequential, but this framing, think of it this way: if money is speech, being disincentivized from swiping your card is equivalent to being disincentivized to having a voice in the election. So that's bad. We should not do that.
You see how the room's quiet? The room is trying to figure out what Io said. I just want to point that out, bro.
Yeah, it's trying to
You're trying to figure out what Io said. That's why you don't want to play. Shut the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes, what I don't understand is if there's people that want to vote, there's ways that they have to figure things out so they can vote. And in Georgia, we'll use this as an example. They called this Jim Crow 2.0. They said that this legislation, 2022, after the 2020 robbery, is going to lead to a suppressing of minority votes. So when they say things like that, we're like, there's probably going to be a significant drop once they remove the signature requirement and instituted a ID requirement. Because people are like, what? My vote really matters? Man, like my vote really matters? Cool.
You want to change the subject, bro?
We're talking about voting ID and how the fear-mongering...
Yeah, you're just talking about a point that me and Louis said that we see as irrelevant, bro. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
He's a peacock.
All right.
You gotta let him fly.
Number one requirement from now on. Incan must still man the argument that he is addressing. From now on. Okay?
Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you guys this. Do you guys think that the SAVE Act is going to pass? Do you guys think it's going to pass?
No, I don't think so.
Let me land my point. I think it's going to pass. Well, yeah, I think it's going to pass too. Look, what do you guys attribute to Jim Crow 2.0 when the Democrats said it was going to suppress minority votes across the board in Georgia? What's your guys' response to that?
We did something about it. There was a specific woman that went down there and went door to fucking door to help people to keep registered and get more votes. What do you mean, Samala?
So it wasn't a barrier?
Why do you just bring up this random shit?
It was a barrier. What are you talking about?
Wait, hold on. God. Wait, hold on. So it went from 10 million people didn't show up to, a lot of people showed up because we were able to, I guess, dominate the apparent barrier. Which one is it? Was the barrier? Hold on, man. Hold on. Was the requirement the 10 million people not showing up, or were you guys just so good at what you guys do? You guys had record-breaking turnout.
Well, the question is,
it can't be
10 million, though. That's the question.
Yeah,
everything turned out fine. You can just keep on
only about 40% of the population.
Stacey Abrams.
No, we're talking
about... I made an analogy that actually makes sense, Samoa.
We're talking about Georgia,
analogy because it's like...
Just be quiet, brother. You're not taking it for granted. Just relax. I mean, your ancestors should have taught you better. Went through your hair.
Well, your ancestors didn't teach you how to put sticks and stone together. Please.
I think I understand what you're about to say, so thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. All right. So, we understand that the minority groups that were targeted as being suppressed in 2022 when Kemp signed this into law were not. Because overwhelmingly, they represented in Georgia by over 200,000 more votes than they had in 2020 when they had absentee voting for everybody. So you can clearly see that what you guys called an actual barrier wasn't an actual barrier, right? It was a refortifying, right, where people started to trust the actual system and they turned out in droves, right? That's actually what happened. So all the fear-mongering, come on. You guys got to stop acting like we're ignorant people and we're insufficient and we don't acquire resources. No, you're just saying that we're not intelligent. No, you're saying that we're not smart enough to get an ID.
Wait, can I say something?
There's 21 million people that you're just putting out on the street. And that's fucking wrong, Samoa.
That's what the white liberal says, basically. Basically,
we're just
a non-white, no, it's a common thing.
White.
I know. I'm not talking. I'm telling him what the common narrative is. I know what he is. The internet, right? There's a bunch of shit.
It's statistical, Mike.
I know why you're talking right now, but
it's statistical.
I'm not talking to you. Look, I'm not talking to you. You might feel like I am, but I'm not, right? I'm trying to explain to him something. So do you want to go ahead and get it out so I can finish my explanation? Go ahead.
Shout out to my granny. She got hit by
She said it is statistical.
Kaboom.
Yeah, so here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know. Look, if it does pass, please put your prediction in the chat as to what you think will happen. I'm going to take a picture of it, and then let's just see who gets close to what.
I think that,
you need more love, friends, more love.
Listen, let's just take narratives that you'll speak about a lot, right? Let's just take narratives that you'll speak about your outlook of the world, and let's see what would happen.
No predictions being made?
Yeah. Look, I think that the narrative that you hold about Gen Z, many people hold about Gen Z.
Well, I don't know what that means, dude.
Yeah. Okay, the narrative that they're too lazy to get off their ass and do basic shit, right? Maybe they're too lazy to get off their ass.
I don't know what you mean by Gen Z.
Get a voter ID, right? Do you think that based on that assessment of Gen Z, more likely or less likely.
Why are you using that? What do you mean by Gen Z? What are you talking about?
Yes, like people who were born after fucking 1997 to
I don't
even know what the cutoff date. Right? Like, do you think in the future of America, do you think that
he can't track, Psych? He can't track.
No, look, listen.
But you understand that as you go on. I was not talking about the present day. You understand that, right?
You're not talking about the present day?
There you go. Look at that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I was not talking about the person's
97 to 2012.
He doesn't even care.
I'm asking you a question, Psych. I'm saying,
no, you went to Gen Z.
Yo, can we please have the guy who never figure out stuff
you couldn't
together, at least have a comment? Bro, what do you mean tracking? You'll never track. You'll run an island. You can go in circles and find each other, bro. Shut the fuck up. Listen, Psych. This is why you go in circles, by the way. Yo, Psych, listen, this is what I'm saying, right? If your assessment, right, or maybe a critique you have of generations now are that they're lazy, right, and they don't do basic things for themselves.
Okay.
Do you think that is they're more likely to go out and take these extra steps, or they're less likely to take these extra steps?
Yeah, Tom, you're not talking about that. Like,
can you just
tell him.
Hey, bro, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Today's my first day on C-Max, and I just don't have that fight, bro. I don't want to do this. I just want to have the conversation with
Okay, so look,
Mike.
All right, just focus. Look, so first I'll answer your question, but then I'm gonna have a follow-up. Okay? So I imagine if somebody is already lazy, giving them more work is probably not gonna be. They're not gonna complete more work. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, perfect. Now, what I was saying was this. I was saying the common narrative, the meme narrative on the right, is that the white liberal claims that the non-whites are too fucking either incapable, right, to figure out how to use the internet or to get an ID. So I wasn't saying that. I wasn't referring to anyone's age or how lazy they were. I was explaining to you. Yeah. So do you hear that part?
No, I'm mentally tuning out, so no thing. Yeah.
Now he has another excuse why he.
Did you hear me say that the first time?
Yeah, I did. I get that, but look.
Have you ever heard that meme type response?
No. Look, okay. I've witnessed that attitude in other things, right? Yeah. So I don't think it's far off that that's a possibility. I haven't encountered it, right? I haven't encountered it. Maybe I have more centrist friend, perhaps. I don't know, but I'm not doubting that.
If you go to YouTube,
you never heard of the right saying that the left thinks the right people are
I'm being dead ass Samoa. My mental battery right now is pretty low right now.
Bro, you have to look it down.
If you go to YouTube, go ahead, Miss Fifi. Go ahead. I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, I just wanted to take a break for a second. I think you guys, I don't even know what you're talking about, but I did see something very, very touching. The family of one of the soldiers to died during the current war, they were at the airport. I think we call it the airport landing.
Miss Fifi, can you clear up your audio just a little bit, please? Yeah, it just sounds a little muffled.
Yeah, that's that stupid Bluetooth. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's way better. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't have my wires in. Long story short, I just seen the families of a officer who was killed during the war. They were all covering. The family came up as they didn't even get a chance to take it off of the what you call it, the vehicle. They were all touching and holding and embracing the remains of the man with the the American flag on his. It's just sad, y'all. These are real people. I just wanted to say that this to take some time and just take a minute. We are in a real situation. I mean, don't get me wrong. We're going to get through it, but it's very real, and there are families who are affected. And again, it was about maybe 7 or 8 family members who just clung to the casket over top of. I know someone probably got a picture of that because it was just so. That was a picture moment. Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Miss Fifi. And I think it's a great sacrifice that American soldiers sign up for. Yeah, but it is a tragic situation. So a moment of silence for that. And then we'll just go off of how Incan can't track shit.
It's crazy, bro.
You like that island thing where you'll go and track shit because you'll go in circles and find each other?
Yeah, the fact that you acknowledge
I came up with that on the spot, bro. I came that with up on the spot.
That's fine.
Give me some flowers, bro. Now you're just being dishonest. Come on. You can go circles around an island and find yourself. Come on, that's good.
It's all right. But I'll just point this out. Like the idea that you're not aware that the left says these types of laws or policies are discriminatory to these minority groups that are being disenfranchised. How this is delivered is through like gerrymandering, through moving ballot boxes far away from districts, consolidating districts. This is the popular talking point from the left, and for you not to be aware of that, Lincoln, I'm sorry, brother, but that's not a good thing. It's not all about Gen Z. It doesn't always have to be about like the glue sniffers, right? It could be about something outside of the glue sniffers.
But wait, isn't the glue sniffers, like let's say in 40 years, aren't they going to be like a much bigger percentage? And isn't like the critique about after the glue sniffers that there's like super glue sniffers, right? And so shouldn't you be worried that policy that you push today, its ramifications in the future, right? This doesn't have a cutoff period, right? It's not like you're advocating for like, look, this is going to be good for us because we can actually do shit, but like, we got to cut it off for the first, right? That's all I'm pointing out to, right? It's like, look, if you want to stay consistent with your narrative about people and generations, you have to take that into account in voting, right? Because obviously, like, it's not like Gen Z or like Gen Alpha is like less American citizens. And if your criticism is like, they can't do shit, like, you're putting extra steps, right? So those people are probably not going to do quote unquote.
You niggas may wearing dresses.
Yo, hey, oh my God. Yo, line, listen, line. Look, from the jump today, line, can we just be chill? Like, I ain't got no beef against you. Like, can we just like take it down from like a 10? I'm usually at a 20. Can we just take it down to like a
Look at how
7, 6?
brain works, right? Our process is there isn't anything after the glue sniffers because we're going to eradicate all of this disgusting behavior. What you're doing is you're saying there's no way that we can stop the sodomy. We just need to get more lubricant.
What are you talking
That's
about?
your position, bro.
I'm not talking about Gen Z being gay. What do you want?
Who's saying about being gay?
You're saying the sodomy. Oh, I'm sorry, sodomy. An acronym for being very straight, my
bad. This is crazy. Only gay people get sodomized? Wow. Do you see where his brain went?
Bro, you said sodomy, bro. Holy shit, bro. We're having a conversation. You bring up sodomy. What the fuck? Listen. I'm just pointing out how there's a critique to have about the following generation, right?
No, nobody's talking about generations, bro. Psych was
no.
Listen, Psych was addressing the white liberal Jessica.
Yes.
What it really is that you guys have this idea that anybody who is non-white are insufficient or inefficient, right?
Have you been to the South, brother? Have you been to the South?
Bro, we're just talking about narratives that are out there, okay? When you listen to Chuck Schumer, when you listen to Jeffries, when you listen
can I add to this? Have you ever heard
all these people?
Have you ever heard like Incan, like the meme saying that the left says that asking voter ID is racist? You ever heard that?
No, I haven't seen that meme. But like I said, I've seen memes.
So there's
white liberals being like, yo, you can't do so.
Yeah, so there are people out there that claim that asking for ID is a form of racism. Okay, I'm sure. I know you might not agree with that. I'm saying regardless, I'm sure that doesn't qualify for people in the South as far as like the hillbillies. I don't think they're talking about them, right? So all I'm saying is that like this ID thing has gone through like so many filters, where now it's like it looks like it's approaching some type of finish line. Either it's not going to happen or it is. And within that time frame, you've heard a lot of things. A few of them being, one is like ask for ID is racist. The other one is that like minority groups, they don't have access to the internet or they're not going to be able to get the whatever. And it's like, we're like, who the fuck? What? So what happens is I was just listening to something right now where basically like this lady, she's going on, she's asking people, hey, do you think it's racist to ask for ID? And she's asking basically non-white people, and everyone's like, no. So, I don't know. And then she asked a follow-up question, would you need this type of information to get government assistance to the white person that's claiming it's racist? And he's like, oh, well, that's a good point. So I don't know. It just seems like something.
Listen, there's like multiple reasons why I'm against it. That's like going to be different from like, well, like I guess the main narrative is. I do see that. I do think that there's still like maybe this like 2000 like idea of like colored people like too dumb, don't you dare take advantage of them, right? Like I do get that, right? Like obviously there's going to be some people that hold positions that they don't know. They're holding it like, yeah, I get that. But like I'm just against it. We just adds extra barriers, and also like when I have a real ID, I have a passport, and I don't know, like I know a lot of people fear travel, but when you go to the airport, and this is for like domestic flights, the guy checking your ID, and I'm not even going to a major airport. I'm going to an airport